are officially live for tonight's game. So, not really too many announcements for tonight. We have some coming up later, but right now we have Kaya now remote, as that's her current position for 2 years. So, we'll jump into recap. What about you, Mungo?
Damn it. Oh, yeah. A lot of shit happened, and I will remember it all eventually. Found a hidden passage in. That was the last game, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Been on the torn up side, and through a whole lots of name of the fucking spell. Identified. Both from Mongo, Nikolai, and then Osling and Cayenne. Found out who orchestrated the whole downfall of the Obscura. Nikolai's little cone daddy. Mustache Warwick, as we've referred to him. Mentioned how they couldn't stop being heroes. Made profiles of all of them and basically gathered forces to eliminate each one of them. So that was awesome. Found Mongo's parents' little hideaway because he asked Noodle, and Noodle knew. So went up there and almost like an observatory sort of study, sort of cat lair. Found some of Mongo's mom's journals about how she struggled the same way Sunny is with the whole creation thing. Found some notes that Mongo's dad was trying to write a new spell called Finger Guns, where it's actual firearms with hands. It's interesting. Oh god, then Cayenne saw that Fought came to town, and that was hilarious because we all missed Fought. And then Scav ran into Sermir, who gave him an old pen set that used to belong to his friend, Crier Bell. So, of course, Mongo runs Identify on it.
Actually, it was Scabbard that gave it to you.
Yeah.
And then it was given to
Sermir
you.
gave it to Scabbard, Scabbard gave it to Mongo to get it identified.
In there.
And basically found out, correct yes, or Crier Bell. Fuck, that still hurts. Was planning on writing down the adventures of the kids.
You alright over there, Tom?
Yeah, it still fucking hurts.
Anything else?
I'm sure I'll remember more stuff later.
What about you, Scabbard?
Well,
because a lot of weird shit has happened. So, like, there's got to be a tolerance at some point.
Probably.
So it's like,
The biggest one, though, is probably got to be learning about the direct threads of. Well, actually, no. Biggest one was finding out that Ithos, Scavard's mother, wasn't actually a white dragon, but something else. And whatever that something is, we don't know yet. So that's the big one.
At least for you. Unless you're calling Ithos a big girl. What about Cayenne?
Well, a lot happened actually, and it's hard to remember every little detail.
fuck the forest. I forgot the fucking forest.
Forgot the forest?
The forest in the,
Oh, the atrium.
yeah, getting slimed by a critter that drools and anti-magic drool.
Yeah, aside from red and blue having an egg and protecting it in the atrium,
That's it.
and Cayenne exploring the atrium further and finding that lovely snaky Venus flytrap flower with anti-magic slime, which was collected. Basically, Cayenne was able to talk to it and assume it was a protective plant of her mother's, as that was the secret room for her family. After that, Cayenne ventured out a little bit, decided to go out and got to see Fod, who decided to basically walk around the city in just a loincloth.
That was funny.
Just waiting to see what that lovely find is going to be. Cayenne did make robes for him, though. Some makeshift robes to the best of her ability, and kept the extra cloth because it was sized for a stone giant. Took him to the upper crest for Kippa to get him to work. From what I remember at this moment, the biggest thing that happened for Cayenne was at the end when she answered the door and found out she's got to make her test for Archdruid of the continent and surrounding areas in a week. It's time. Against a Archdruid that was believe an Arakora that looked like a Dracula parrot.
Yeah.
Aside from getting a few more answers about Nikolai's father's clone via blood magic, which took a heavy price on Osling, for sure, when she asked for guidance from another deity and offered a price for forgiveness from her deity. That was absolutely brutal, and that's going to be a gnarly scar.
She's
Yeah. So she paid a pretty big price for the group.
Yeah.
I got you. Ah, there you go.
So I'm just gonna say, guys, we're having some technical problems with some of the audio stuff. So I may seem a little bit distracted.
Okay. So we'll jump into the session then.
Oh, I should probably also mention Sparta's terrifying cameo.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, someone's having a heart attack. Great fun.
Nothing wrong with heart attacks.
I mean, I jumped a little bit when Sweetie bumped the back of my leg.
Oh yeah, you did, didn't you?
Okay. So, start of the next day. It's mid-morning. What have you guys been finding yourselves doing so far?
Mid-morning as we've woken up pretty early and we're already out and about and doing things.
It's a little bit past like breakfast time and the formalities and whatnot of what you usually do in the morning. Starting to get like figure out what you want to do for the rest of the day.
We'll see if Sonny's got a few minutes.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to get Sunny in, get her attention. She's currently walking around the entire space of the house with her plant, talking to it.
As Osling, I know, is busy with nobility duties.
Actually, she's just barely coming out of whatever she was dealing with.
I'm gonna see if I can get some more training on my own druid magic to get stronger for my test coming up in basically a week. Well,
Yeah.
6 days now.
Last thing I remember Nikolai was wanting to do was go to the bank to find out what that deposit was, and then he wanted to go try to find the hole in the wall and get that tool sets.
Okay, so yeah, you're able to find Sunny. Easy enough. You're actually able to go and check on Osling and see how she's doing and start to get to head off to do your druid stuff. I don't know how well she can hear me.
Are you able to hear us, Jesse?
I can hear y'all fine.
Okay. Are you still getting bad echo?
Not anymore.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I think I would actually probably, I'm not sure. Probably go with Feisty out and about in the city again.
Okay.
Yeah, probably take Sonny over to where Noodle showed me and get her to put her hand on the same place.
She just looks at you very hesitantly. She sets the plant at the far end of the hallway and comes back. And she's got a bit of a distance from you, probably about a good, 5 feet from you. And she's like, "No, I've seen this happen before. You lose a hand."
Nope.
"I've seen how you prank your other siblings."
Yes, I will absolutely prank the shit out of any of them. But this is not a prank. Because you heard how Nikolai's father had his little private workshop, how the centaurs have their atrium. this is where our parents had their spot.
She's kind of looking at you very skeptically still.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and put my paw on there to
She
get the,
takes a step back another 5 feet.
let the ladder appear in the door.
And she just looks up and she's like, now it's even more of a trap. Why would we be up there?
This is just where our parents apparently decided to put it. There's some books and some research from Father and some of Mother's journals that you might find interesting.
And she goes over and she looks up and she tries to climb up and she falls flat on her ass.
I'll try to catch her.
Dexterity?
Klutzy? Little Klutzy?
12.
You catch her, but it's just you're now in a pile.
Fuzzy pile at the bottom of the ladder. Yeah, try to help her out.
She eventually gets up there with enough encouragement and she starts looking around very carefully, pulls out this really long stick and starts poking things very cautiously from afar. Then she's just going systematically through the entire room, gently poking everything with this very long stick.
You know, I would say that there's no need to do that, however, considering my parent, father, mother, and everybody else who stayed here was a natural prankster of some form. I let her finish.
And she does eventually finish. She puts her stick away.
I'll show her some of Mom's journals about how she was struggling with the whole creation thing as well.
And she's looking at it. And she pulls out that same stick again and she does something with it and she sets it up like this and it gets stuck in the air and then she takes off her rope and hangs it from it. And sits down
She
with
has
the
a
journal.
removable stick.
Immovable rod.
That is actually really awesome.
And she's just looking through the journals and yeah, she's just hyper focused now on this journal. Just
Well, I'm just going to let her go through it. I'll start going through Dad's research, see if I can figure out more about the spell he was going, whatever he's got going on, especially if there's anything involving Nikolai's dad.
investigation.
18.
18. Wow, you switch sides of the room and you're suddenly rolling higher.
You're welcome.
Pretty soon his aura of confusion is going to
afraid.
rub off on you.
Oh, great.
I'm further away from the aura of confusion. Maybe things will work better for me.
You do find something that's tucked away in some of the books. It's a small book in the back. And it's just got a bunch of Munchkin Tabaxi-isms in it. And then you come to one page. And it says, Plan C, drop a fucking moon on him.
Moon. A moon. Is that upcasting the fucking mountain thing?
But yeah, it's
How
drop...
Or is
far
it up-
past mountain do you have to go to get to moon?
Or is it upcasting minute meteors?
That's not minute, man!
Yes, they're talking about displacing one of the actual moons to crash it into something to basically bring it to an end.
Yeah, I'm going through the whole fucking book to find out what the fuck you have to... How bad does shit have to get where throwing a moon at it is the only option left?
Ask Thanos.
And is that going to be better or worse if that person is a werewolf? or a lycanthrope of any kind. Because throwing a moon at it, I don't know if that's
a
going to
good
hurt
question,
them or
yeah.
Actually, I would
Like-
argue it would actually
would
be
that supercharge them?
no, it'd be very beneficial for if their name is Moon Moon and they're a husky.
What if they're a druid and they're a circle of the moon?
We did have that canon for a while. With Kyan's luck, she'll get turned into a lycanthrope and she'll be a husky. Or a sheep. No, sheep. Not a sheep.
Oh.
Nope, end up being shorter. Big pile up.
Where, Chihuahua?
We're a hamster.
Nope. We're Shetland.
There you go.
So,
Which means anything close to pink would die.
so where are you heading off to, Kyan?
I'd be heading off with Osling, I thought,
Okay.
for training.
So you're explaining the situation to her, getting her caught up on it. So she's what?
Basic.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Basically, we had a visitor last night. Approached me as the archdruid of this continent and the surrounding areas, and
Did you win?
they have. My test is in a week.
Oh. Wow.
I believe they are a druid of the arcane.
Which three of the siblings did you ask for assistance on that?
I'd be speaking with Osling.
No, she's asking you that question. Because she knows of 3 arcane users in the group.
It's a sweetie cat.
I did not think to ask any of the other siblings, as I'm very new to druid things. I recently learned about testing to be archdruid and what that meant. And I was under the impression that anything within a druid circle is meant to be secret.
There's a fine line, from what I understand of that, where there are certain things that are strictly druid only, but other things could be shared. There are rumors of druids that walk the halls of wizard schools. It's a strange concept.
Huh. That is a strange concept.
And
Do you think it would be best to ask, like, Mongo? Like, for pointers for this? What would be best for, like, defense?
I would ask all 3 of the brothers that are able to do arcane. I mean, I have heard of arcane druids. They consider arcane just an extension because the ley lines do run the entire planet.
You just want
Although I did run into one druid and they thought the planet was flat, and if you got to the end of the arcane line, you would fall off.
That's pretty great.
Fucking love it.
And I don't understand how that's allowed to exist, but okay.
She hears, Cayenne. She's looking for her.
Yeah, probably.
Like, I hear her,
Aw.
but she's not
I
here.
hear Jesse, but where is she?
Poor sweetie.
Well, we could always traumatize Sweetie and mail her to Cayenne for a weekend and then mail her back.
No.
She would be so scared.
Osling stops off and grabs some food to share with you, and she's like, "So we have to deal with an arcane druid."
Yes. But have you been approached by any Orange Druids since you've been here?
None at all.
You may be approached by one, but I was approached by a knock at the door in the night, and they spoke my name and told me they were here to test me in a week.
Maybe I'm not on the radar yet, because I deal with the undead.
I'm still learning how these things work.
Sorry.
Osling just kind of, she hands you a bit of a candied apple slice for you to nibble on.
You cannot do that kind of shit.
Definitely nibble on it.
Okay.
I like candied apple.
Yeah, it's like a Granny Smith with like dried out and sweetened berries on the outside that kind of crunch a little bit.
Fuck.
Can the candied portion of it be like a bourbon Zizal?
Yeah, most definitely. So, to deal with arcane, how do you deal with arcane magic as a druid? I don't perceive how we're supposed to deal with that.
Well, it makes me wonder, as a Circle of the Arcane, wouldn't that be just like Circle of Blood or Circle of Necromancy, something that's lesser known?
Yeah, that would make the most sense.
Wouldn't it be, if it's a true test of just your druidic skill to be Archdruid, instead of a combination like ours would be, like we originally were Circle of Spores. What is their original circle?
Unless that is their circle and they were raised in it to just strictly be that kind of druid.
That is true.
So,
Maybe I can visit the other druid circles and see if there is someone who is also versed in the Circle of the Arcane. Or I could see if I could catch up to Mongo or even Scav if they're not busy. I'm not sure how versed Nikolai is on the Arcane.
well, he's constantly doing his tinkering. It's as one of the people at the table put it, a tinkering arcane. It's another flavor.
I just wonder what type of arcane this druid uses.
I have a feeling it's going to require a
Because
lot
they were
of...
dressed pretty. They were.
It will probably require a lot of thinking.
Yeah. I just don't know if I should do research or if I should train more.
Well, you have 6 days, 3 days of training, 3 days of research.
That's very true. I should probably do research first and then train, or alternate between days.
I'm going to sound a bit like Mongo for a moment. Perhaps we should check that effigy of dead trees. I mean, library.
Sounds like a good idea. That was too good.
So you and Oslin are heading to the library.
Yeah.
Scabbard, where are you off to?
I am probably going to head to the, try and find that gem shop that I was trying to find last time.
Alright. Feisty's walking with you. Points at her stomach.
No, you want some more of that stuff, huh? Well, it was on the way towards the shop. We'll see if they have any more.
I don't think you ever actually made it to the gem shop.
Last time we were on our way there, and then we got barbecue, and then went back to the crust instead. So we know where it is, though. So let's go ahead and pick up some barbecue for you. We'll get some more. I think it was called Dinosaur, if they're still there.
Yeah, you head into the market and it is like shoulder to shoulder busy right now. Like
Oof.
a lot of people are coming and going right now.
I'm gonna hop up on top of Feisty's back so I don't get stepped on.
And she just immediately gets stepped on in one of her paws and she just growls at the person and they turn and glare at her.
Hey, it's okay. It's a little bit busy right now. I have an idea. Let's go ahead and...
She rummages around in her own personal pack. And do a perception for me.
Perception? $16.
16. You see it's covered in drool, but you see that she has one of the sticks of dynamite.
No, not that. That would be very bad. We will get into
She's
a lot of trouble. That's gonna get us in a lot of trouble. Let's go this way. Actually, let's take to the side and try and.
So do you take the dynamite from her?
Yes.
So as you're
Good,
standing,
the one guy who doesn't have a fucking bag of holding.
so yeah, he actually doesn't. Everybody else in the party has bags of holding, including the companions.
Yeah, I don't.
And as you're starting to head off to the side, you feel a hand on your shoulder. And
How
there's
the hell they reach me on top of Feisty?
They're bigger.
they're like the size of a normal person.
Okay.
And you're just staring at this orc in armor, and they're like,
Can I help you?
you appear to be floating in the air carrying a stick of highly explosive dynamite.
Yes, I'm putting
That's
this
highly
away.
suspect.
I do apologize. I put it away. I took it from my companion here.
They're like,
Go ahead and take their hand and guide it down to the side. Feel feisty.
as you do that, Feisty steps aside and they just touch her. Like, we,
Feisty. Please?
sir, move along.
Right.
The floating kobold has an imaginary friend.
Come on now. Why you do that?
You're stuck in basically Los Angeles traffic to get to where you need to go.
Okay. How tall are some of these buildings?
They're fairly tall. Some are 1 story. There are a few 3-story stragglers here. Some are 2
Would
stories.
it be easier to just go along the rooftops with Feisty?
She's feisty, not the fucking Batmobile!
I've heard of riding a cat before, but Jesus.
Alright. You know what, actually, is there an area, like, that would run underneath the city, like an underworks of sorts?
This is a highly developed city that was recently breached.
Okay, never mind.
Anything suspect is probably under a lot of scrutiny right now.
Let's just
Scabbard,
try and get there.
What's the worst idea I can come up with? Hey, let's jump from the rooftops to rooftop.
Come on, he's just going
did
with
it-
the
we did
flow.
it in Magic
First
City.
he was climbing up high to go and brood, now he's gonna go rooftop to rooftop. Fairly soon he's gonna have a mask and a cape.
We did it in Willowfall. Granted, it was all treetops.
Where's Nikolai off to?
You're just gonna head off to the bank, check the balance, and actually, yeah, check the balance. And if there's enough money, he's gonna get that tool set.
There is.
Did you ever get the amount from the reward?
No, he never gave it to us.
I know, because nobody's gone to the bank to check yet.
And then, yeah,
There's no
try to
guarantee
find the
that
hole in the
money. It
wall.
could have just been an item or something.
Yeah, sure. Try to find the hole in the wall. If I can't find it, Scav knows about this thing, so
I mean,
I'll look for Scav.
Tyann's got the hookup over here. She did receive that pouch from Corin's shop,
Mm-hmm.
which I think she's really happy with.
Very.
So you head off to the bank.
Mhm.
You get there's a bit of a crowd there because there's a lot of people coming through the city at the moment. It's that early morning rush, and you're realizing why everybody generally departs later in the morning, towards lunchtime, because it usually thins out.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just take my time. Chatting with Ace, trying to get him to talk to me.
Ace just has his resting bitch face going.
Hey, buddy, if there's a way I can get you to talk regularly, would you be cool with that? Thumbs up, yes?
He actually gives you the sign language equivalent of yes, which
Oh, okay.
probably surprises you because you've never seen him do actual sign language.
Oh. Cool.
But you're assuming that was yes because you don't understand sign language yourself.
Okay. Alrighty. Alright. Well, I think that's a yes, right?
And as you're just standing in line, waiting to get ahead, I'm sure you're resting on his head.
Or a shoulder, whichever
Shoulder, yeah.
he's most comfortable with
Yeah,
me.
shoulders
resting on.
fine. And you see him actually just reach into his pocket, pull out, and it's just an actual written book on learning sign language.
Ah,
And the fact that Ace is learning sign language on his own.
cool, dude. I'll just read along with him while I'm waiting.
He's already on chapter 10, and you're like, I missed all the basics there.
I missed all the basics. Yeah, that's a good. Where'd you find that, buddy?
And he just points over to a Munchkin tabaxi and motions shorter, meaning you can do a insight if you want.
Sure.
Try and see if you understand what he's getting at.
12.
12? You're probably assuming Mongo.
For Mongo? Oh, cool.
I mean, I would totally give him a book. I just don't remember giving him a book or that book, but I would absolutely fucking help him out with that. And then again, Mongo has gotten blackout drunk many a time, so...
Who knows what Careless Whispers has signed in his drunken stupor.
Is the armor comfortable, buddy? Good.
And eventually you get up to the front, and the keeper is there, and
Yeah.
they look at you.
Hello. Up here.
Do they adjust their glasses? Obviously, sir.
We need to get access to the vault. And what is the balance, please?
The standing balance of your vaults.
Yes.
What was the previous balance? You can message me.
Which platform?
Whichever one you send it to me on.
Oh.
Today I learned running 3 windows with video really drains your battery quickly.
Yeah.
Button.
Sweetie cat.
She's looking for Mare.
Keeps looking for Jesse, yeah.
Hey, she walks over and she booped the screen a few times.
Aw.
It's like, I hear her, but I don't smell her, and I don't see her.
Tell her.
She has this terrible look of discourse on her face.
Yeah, she would visit you a lot when you were sitting here, huh?
She's got a mirror-seeking beacon in
Is
her
that gold?
nose.
Yeah.
Okay.
And send it over to me. The same number too.
I know we got a lot of gold, platinum too.
It's all in gold.
Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah.
One moment.
Okay.
Name?
Nikolai what? Or
Your-
what? Nikolai what?
your-
No, that's my last name.
This human is looking at you very perplexed, like, right. What?
What? Exactly. I'm confused too, but that's my last name apparently.
I'm just wondering how many people have the last name of what the fuck do you want now?
Or, huh?
Imagine having the last name of Sea Daisy.
Oopsie daisy.
So you currently have 99,590 gold pieces with a recent deposit of 5,000 platinum.
What?
Holy shit! I
Uh,
don't know this stuff.
huh?
I don't know this stuff. I'm not there.
99,900?
995590.
99590? Okay.
Check Telegram. I just sent it to you.
Okay, and then 5,000 platinum? Or is that the total?
No, that's a recent deposit.
Does the 5,000 platinum make the 99,000 total?
No, that's an addition.
Okay.
You okay there, Tom? You did knock off an entire thing for your parents.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Been wondering, what services does the bank offer here?
Oh, well, other than offering your vault anywhere you can go, we also offer highly trained professional wizarding sorting and organization of vaults.
Yes, I want that. So, how much does that cost?
Oh, well, it's not a flat rate. It's based off of how many items there are and the degree of identifying them.
Okay. Would anybody
I'm
here
sorry. Just move the table.
would anybody here be able to give me a rough estimate based on the size of our vault?
We can definitely look into that for you. It would be ready within. Let's check the size of your actual vault, and we can give you an estimate.
Okay.
On it.
Well, I wanted to go see it. I didn't take a look. Take a look, see if there's anything there they can use. So I was going to start working on identifying stuff, but you said that you can do that.
Yes, we have an additional newer service that's quite experimental of where we do an identification and we use newer magic methodologies. Let me know if this is going above your intellectual level. We can find someone within our ranks to translate.
I'm just staring at him, kind of like, continue, please.
That captures the most prevalent memory attached to an item, and it's stored in an orb, but that's a one-time use orb.
Okay.
The fee is significantly high because of how specialized the magic is.
Now I got a question. I worked on identifying a couple items already that didn't want to be identified. How's that going to be handled by your team?
We would simply, if you point those out on the notes that we give you, then they will be removed from the identification.
Well, what I'm saying is I don't know everything that's in there. I don't know if there's more stuff that's going to bite back.
Sir, why do you think we have highly trained and specialized wizards?
I just wanted to make sure there was a contingency there.
One of them loses an arm. We're probably going to have to pay extra.
Yes. That's kind of like if one of these guys dies, am I on the hook for that?
So, as you're standing there and you hear this one guy, and he's over there and he's talking to someone, and you kind of creak over because a few people are just kind of like paying mind to this, and you see this poor teller is dealing with Plumetree.
Plumetree! I am trying to distract him for the Portello for a moment.
And the poor teller's like,
Plumtree! Hello?
it's loud in here.
Oh, okay.
So, would you like the cataloging service?
Yes, that's definitely something I'm going to be interested. I'd need to get a rough idea of how much it would cost before I can sign that paperwork. Also, recent development. I need to validate who has and who does not have access to the vault, or who has access to the vault. Because there is a possibility that there may be someone that has access that shouldn't. I just want to make sure.
And they just pull up a scroll and they're like, who is that?
I would rather see the list of those who do have access, because this name should not be shared.
They look at the scroll a little bit. They motion for someone to come over, and this beautiful tabaxi, she walks over, and she's looks like a lioness, and she's got like part of one of her ears missing, and then a jangly's from the other ear, and she's wearing nice leather armor, and she's like, and they talk back and forth, and you can't understand what they're actually saying to each other.
It's okay.
And yeah, you just see a small flash, like right in front of him, and there's something in like the sphere.
Okay.
And he turns the scroll around and presents it to you.
Okay.
And it's dead silent here. You can like hear your own pulse even at this point.
Okay. All right, so I can read the list.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody on there that shouldn't be on there?
The only people that are currently on that list are the core members of the family.
Okay.
Is the only other additions to that are the people that were added as guests with guidance,
Okay.
which are the extended members of the family.
Okay.
So, Cayenne, you, Mongo, and Scabbard are the only ones that are allowed to go directly to the vault.
Okay.
Osling and Sunny need to be with someone to go to the vault,
Millum?
and Millum as well,
Okay.
and as does Kippa.
As does Kippa? Okay. And any of the regents?
None of them have access.
Okay. Okay. Alrighty, and that's all.
Mhm.
Just nobody else's names. Okay.
Yep.
Alright, thank you very much.
And the Tabaxi drops the spell and bows gently and heads off.
I like her.
Thank you very much. So, shall we go to the vault? Actually, I want to go talk to that guy real quick. And then we'll go to the vault. Cool?
Sure.
Alright, thank you. Go over to the Plume Tree. Have Ace tap him on the shoulder.
And Plume Tree just like, and as Ace reaches out to tap again, it ripples a little bit, and you guys are standing back where you were, and you're like, maybe we should go talk to Plume Tree.
That's funny. Okay. He's always a busy guy.
But you did catch something about him arguing with the teller, essentially, about, like, is it this current time in the timeline where I have this much, or is it this current timeline where I have this much? Or how much stuff is actually in my vault? Currently, it doesn't compare to this part when I have this much in my vault.
Poor Teller. Alrighty.
That's a poetry conversation if there ever fucking has.
Don't want to disrupt him too much.
And Ace is looking around like,
It's alright, Ace. The man's very busy. I should have thought about that. And then I head back over to get access to the vault. Do a little bit of investigation, see if there's anything that I think might be useful for myself or anybody. And then head over and try to find the hole in the wall using the instructions that I know.
which you don't really know anything.
Gotta look for it. If you can't find it, draw a door. That's all I know.
Well, were you checking in the vault?
I'm just looking to see if there's anything that... just do a once-over kind of like check it to see if there's anything I didn't see before kind of thing. That looks interesting.
Okay, investigation.
Okay. It's a 16.
And 16? Mm-hmm. Okay. Come back to you.
Okay.
Alright, Mongo. What you doing?
After I went through Dad's notes, probably just leave Sonny up there to keep reading.
She's still, like, just... you come down the steps, you pitter-patter back down, and you just look down at the end of the hall and you see her plant just sitting there, and it looks a bit mopey because it's been left there.
Go back up, look up the ladder. Sonny, do you want me to bring your plant friend up?
There's nothing but silence.
I'll go get her plant and bring it up to her.
Do you talk to the plant on the way? Compliment it?
I do know that it does feed off of compliments, right? Yeah, alright, I'm talking to a fucking plant, alright. Notice that it looks a little mopey? Okay, well, you certainly have cheered up Sonny quite a lot. And I very much appreciate it. So, let me go take you over there. That way you can make a day again.
Hey,
Cheers up. Fucking little.
it cheers up at an angle.
Fair enough. And I'll put the plant next to her.
Yeah, she's so deadlocked on this book. She just has a few more by her, and she's just reading through them. Where are you heading off to?
I'm gonna go look for a potion shop.
All right. Are you hoping it's not the same one you went to before?
Damn my royal ID, but yeah, if that's the only one that I can find, I guess that's the only one that I can fucking find.
Okay.
It's a specific potion that I want.
All right. Do an investigation. See if you can find a different one by any luck.
21.
You kind of look around a little bit, and you're kind of like start looking, getting mixed in the crowd, realizing how busy it currently is. You don't find the potion shop, but you nearly bumble over Ace and Nikolai as he's looking for something as well.
Yeah. Hey, Bloomtree's at the bank. If you wanted to go see him.
Oh, good lord. Poor painkillers.
Yeah.
What kind of...
Yeah, I wanted to say hi, so I walked over there and had Ace tap him, and he did something that sent us back to where we were, where we had the thought, whatever. And he said something about, is this the time frame where I have this much or this much, and are these things?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
But once you learn how to speak Plumetree, he makes a lot of sense. Getting there, however, that's a fun trip.
Oh, by the way, got good news for you.
What?
Guess what we don't have to do for the bank?
Kill anyone?
What? No. They have a
We
service.
do have to kill someone for them.
No. They have a service
I imagine they have many services.
to identify and catalog everything that's in the bank.
So, like, anything that happens to be in our vault, we can just...
We'll
say,
get a little note card on what it is.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. How
And
much,
we can
please?
pay more, and we'll get a little one-use, like, memory bowl or something on a prominent memory attached to the item.
I don't know if we need that.
It's cool, though.
It is cool. It's great. To
I don't know how much it's going to cost. It's not a flat rate thing. So I asked them to give me a rough idea of how much it would cost.
Cayenne,
We're probably going to wind up saying yes.
Yes,
you
but
get
I
to
wanted
the,
make sure.
Yeah,
the
no,
library
that's a good
with
I mean,
your
we've got a
sister.
shit ton of money in there.
Hey guys, you're very loud across tables there.
We got a shit ton of money in there right now.
You get to the library with your sister, and
I write
she
down the
looks
number
over
for
at
you
you
and
and
show it
she's
to you.
like, I heard of a treant
Oh, fuck.
that pulled off its own bark and wrote stories on it.
Ow!
He was some sort of druid bard type of treant.
Masochist?
So whenever he thought an old piece of his bark was old, allegedly, he'd just peel it off, write some sort of poem or story on it, and then save it to give to someone.
That sounds painful.
So if he needs to heal, does he hope he gets writer's block?
Different.
Oh, you know what we should do? You should go get that fucking tool set.
I mean,
Yes, that's what I'm doing.
did they just peel off
Good.
like old bark? Basically like a bad sunburn and you're peeling?
I guess. I've only heard this secondhand. I don't know if it's just one of those old druid tales as a warning.
You want to go with?
Sure.
Okay. You want to go try to talk to Plume Tree first?
He may be a minute.
He may have made time for you, or will make time for you, just knowing that you're there.
We'll go take care of that because I know he's going to be a little while.
All right.
Then if he's in town, he'll probably stop by as soon as he's ready.
All right. You're Scav found that place.
So what are
yeah.
you looking for, Cayenne?
Do I remember how?
Basically any
I had
kind
a
of
piece of chalk that
information
if I drew it
on
on the wall,
It's a Mars.
it would turn
No,
out.
I remember doing the check. The chalk was shit.
he closed my
But
internet.
Scav thinks
Okay.
it's magic chalk.
He got a picture of a mirror from
Basically
a
any
guard that
kind
said
of
this is how you find
information
it. So
about arcane druids, like learn a little bit more about them.
Yeah, we'll go look
See if
for it.
there's information
And then after we get
about
impatient, we'll just
defensive
write
techniques
the fucking
against
tiny door.
arcane.
Okay.
Just basically, sorry.
You're okay. Go ahead.
Basically any kind of information that would be helpful toward my training.
Investigation.
Please work with me, mouse. Okay. That is a very slow dice roll. I'm still waiting for it to come up, but okay.
Processing.
All right. Who said slow your roll?
I did not say that, but apparently my computer's thinking that.
Good lord.
It doesn't. It, like, legit does not work with, Discord open at the same time.
Oh wow, that took forever. I just opened up the chat log and it finally showed up.
One
Like,
eternity later.
oh my god. I'll take that 21.
Holy shit.
I was slow.
Does it add an extra minute for the higher the number?
No, like, it, like, legit lagged across the Beyond website.
God.
Jeez.
I guess it was going up and beyond.
Yes.
Was it going to infinity and beyond?
Not quite. So, you spent some time looking around the library, and it's a massive library, and you're like, why hasn't Mongo spent more time here?
Mongo sucks.
That would be a most definite thought.
And you do find an actual entire druid section, and it's this fae comes over to you. This little itty bitty fae, and she looks up at you, and she's just comes walking across the table very quickly, very huffy, and she's like, "Mind your hooves in this area."
Is it because the area's like it's more narrow?
has nothing to do with that. It looks like any other open area where you can go through, but for some reason, this fairy is just telling you to mind yourself.
I'll look at them very confused, but tell them I most definitely will. Thank you for the heads up.
No. Heads up would mind your head. I'm telling you to mind your hooves. This is a druid-specific area, and I don't need random people like yous coming in and shuffling around thinking you know things about druids. And you see Osling, like, stretching and, like, ready to reach out and kill this little fairy.
I'm guessing it's because you're wearing noble-ish clothes again. So.
Cayenne's probably in her normals. Osling's the
okay.
one who looks like a noble.
I don't think I've changed from the attire that Lomion gave me.
Yeah, he's giving you like 4 outfits at this point.
I'd be in more of, I guess, what was the noble casual attire. I'm not in like armor or anything.
Okay, so yeah, that's probably why you're giving off that aura.
Silly noble think they know something about druids.
I have my headdress on though.
But she's ignoring it.
Oh, you can't see that far up.
And yeah, she's just standing her ground and she's looking at you and she crosses her arms very stern and kind of a bit of a pouty face.
No. No
Tinkerbell
Faye.
with resting bitch face. Got it.
That's pretty great.
I think Cayenne is just gonna roll her eyes and just snort. Not toward them, but just into the air. And just walk off.
You can't just walk past me like you're some sort of giant.
I will treat you with the same respect you are treating me.
I hope you step in a fairy circle.
I hope a mushroom eats you.
There's a valid thought coming from her. She knows people.
And she turns around. I hope you have really bad gas in your next meeting with other nobles.
I hope someone feeds you a silver coin.
I hope someone adorns you in iron.
You know, I like you, actually.
And she's like, I like you. And out of the corner of your eye, you see Osling with this big giant book very carefully walking over to drop it on this fairy.
4 tippy toes.
I'm going to take a certain Amway Eye reference with a pointy monkey at Osling.
The fairy turns around and looks up and sees the giant book. Oh, that could be a problem.
I apologize, my sister. At first, I didn't know if you were being kind and giving me a warning, or if you were just being genuinely kind of rude.
Both occasions are acceptable in this response.
We're gonna add another name to the save list.
Cayenne is trying so much to avoid asking their name, and she knows better than to give her own name.
Dealing with another fae.
Mm-hmm.
And she walks over and she's like, holds out her tiny little hand.
I will hold out a finger.
And she shakes your finger and she's like, "My nickname is Button. What is yours?"
I need to pull that up real quick because I forgot the pronunciation. One sec.
At least one we can go to where.
My
You found it
nickname
out
is
before.
Kamunda.
Well, it's good to meet you.
Linda?
Poor Nate's over here like, that's another weird name I have to write down.
I'm not even gonna fucking try to spell that.
Just wait until I get to, like, naming more deities.
And then the spellings of said deities.
No, they're just
And
all
then
going to get
remembering
referred
the
to as, oh,
pronunciation
that
of
one.
certain spellings.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
How's that guy doing?
And she looks at you and she's like, "You may enter my sacred space of books."
I thank you.
And Osling just sets the book down very gently on the table. So, yeah, you can go in and look around the various druid books that she's protecting, apparently.
I will go try to find a book that seems, I guess, more pertinent to what I need to be doing
Okay.
as far as defense.
Yeah, do an investigation. I'll get back to you once that rolls.
Please behave.
One.
Hey, man,
At least I've got the
can you
game
send
chat
me
open, so it'll actually
Scabbard's
show me
nickname again?
quicker than the dice will roll across the screen.
Scabbard's nickname
Oh, yeah.
or alias? Did you come up with one yet, Mongo?
Not yet.
He already has one. Careless Whiskers.
I wasn't going to go with that one.
So that's what I'm writing down for now.
Fair enough.
If I'm being truthful, got a modified 20.
Nice.
If I'm being truthful, Cayenne may have 2 different names she would switch between depending on the type of town.
You do find an interesting book. It goes over the more known druid circles very clearly. The ones that you've already heard of, and they're basically, you're going to encounter them quite a bit. But it does also list some others that probably would catch your interest.
Discord.
There's, of course, the Druid Circle of the Arcane. There's also the Druid Circle of Wild Magic as well.
Mm-hmm. Like Mom.
Yep. And there's also the Druid Circle of Machina.
Circle of Machina?
Oh, like that one
so that'd
fucking
be
druid.
That'd be like the druid that we saw coming in.
Yeah, to confuse the fuck out of Nikolai.
Yeah, the Tinker one.
I want to play
Because
that.
I briefly got a glimpse of that and was like, that's not natural.
Yeah.
I just see that fight from Avatar: The Last Airbender with the swamp bender that just had all the vines and the wooden mask.
Swamp Bender?
That's cool.
So, yeah, you have these lesser known actual Druid circles, and you're like, oh, great.
When can I play one?
So, Cayenne's gonna take time.
You're gonna retire
reading up
Mongo
all
and
that,
play another one?
Information.
Osling's reading over your shoulder. Oh, she's busy. With Scabbard, you eventually do get to the gem shop. And you hear rustling inside and like a commotion.
Open the door and knock. Hello?
And you head in, and of course, shopkeeper's in a disarray at the moment as you see a bunch of gemstone nobles that are complaining about the rock quality, squabbling amongst themselves. One of them pushes a bunch of rocks off the table, and they go scattering. And there's a bunch of guards there, and a bunch of bodyguards there, and they're all squabbling about how this place is a travesty and an insult to gems, and that they should just close shop.
What is going on in here?
And it's just this very elderly, like, little gnomish woman that has this shop open.
What is this madness?
They look at you come in, and there's this...
Scabbard's first encounter with asshole Gem Kobolds.
And they look over, and they're like... One of them walks over to you, and she's like, "No, you leave. This place is of poor quality, and we will have this place condemned and removed from the face of this entire marketplace."
What? Who are you?
Does it matter?
Yes, it does.
And who are you?
That is not important.
Then my name's not important either.
Fair enough. I assume we're speaking back and forth in Kobold.
No, she's speaking in High Common.
Oh. I don't know very much about
Toy.
you.
Hoity toity.
Very much so. They're all dressed beautifully for gemstone kobolds.
I am wearing
one of
my
them-
normal attire too.
One of them
so-
motions over to one of their guards, and the guard just goes over and pushes over one of the like shelf displays and just crashes and shatters everywhere. And the guards are like,
I don't like this.
And like you can just see things breaking as they go scattering across the floor and being damaged. Things that have taken time for these this elderly gnomish couple to craft, essentially.
You know what? I'm gonna use message with Feisty here. Hey, Feisty. Let's see if we could actually get them to calm down a bit.
Feisty you see a slight glimmer as she stretches her paw, and you can see all the glimmer of her 5 claws.
No, we're not gonna hurt anybody. Just give them a little scare.
They could be calm when they're dead.
And, alright. That's enough. I've seen more than enough.
I want you to roll animal handling. Because you told her, give him a scare. Told her to give him a scare.
Okay. That is a 19.
And Feisty's like, kind of like grumbles a little bit, and she just moves forward to that one that was talking very neatly to you. And, you just hear them let out a loud scream. And all the guards immediately have their blades drawn.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And, you just see actual, like, blood starting to pool under this poor little kobold as they're pinned to the ground. And Feisty says something to you finally in what you can understand. I didn't hit anything vital. And she sinks her claws into the ground as they're through this poor little kobold.
Feisty.
Oh my god!
And all the other kobolds are backing up terrified of, like, what
I'm
the
gonna
fuck
walk
is going
over.
on.
Feisty, off of her, and I will go ahead and heal them.
That kobold gets up and tries to move away, bleeding everywhere.
I'm healing this kobold. I am terribly sorry, but we're not too keen on those who would actually harm others. And little bit of a jerk reaction there. Are you okay?
That kobold's like, I'm not okay. Whatever spell you used, I hurt everywhere. I'm going to see your house is demoted in status for this.
That might be a bit of a problem, but for the meantime, tell me, what exactly is going on? Why are you harassing this poor woman?
The poor woman's in tears, and this other noble kobold, gemstone kobold, comes over, and it's like, this shop is of trash quality and an insult to any sort of gemstone. Of course we're going to have it shut down. They shouldn't be in business.
You're not serious, are you?
They're all like, of course we're serious. They pick up a rock, and this rock, you're looking at it, is absolutely beautiful. This is something that, like, Noodle would be after, and they're like, this is trash. They throw it on the ground, and it just hits the ground, and you see a chip of it go off in a direction.
Wow.
You okay there, Tom?
Perfectly
Pick-
calm, dude.
Walk over,
Perfectly
pick
calm.
that rock up.
Why isn't Kyan there?
walk over, pick this thing up.
Here, Mongo King, come.
And you know what?
there,
I'm probably
so-
gonna go ahead and throw out probably an insult directly at all of them. This thing is brighter than each and every single one of you in here. How dare you? How dare every single one of you?
And then you see off to the side, the noble that was impaled by Feisty is talking to a guard, and they're just giving like this big dramatization about how they were assaulted, minding their own business, and nearly killed and mauled by another gemstone kobold.
Go over to the woman
I wish I was fucking there.
and put the stone down. And you know what? Yeah. Let's go ahead and be a little bit of a dick towards these individuals.
I mean, Feisty wants to eat them. That's a bit more of a dick move. That's a
snack
face
attack.
palm.
Is that a dick move or a snack attack?
Fines are we going to find out about later?
So we had money in the bank.
What do we have to
see.
roll to fuck up and not find the hole in the wall and find this place?
Yeah. Can we find the hole in the wall first before he incurs fines?
Ma'am, what is your name?
She's a bit in shock at you, and
Relax. I'm not here to cause any trouble.
she takes a step back from your hand, like,
I'm not here to hurt you or cause any trouble. I was actually seeking out this shop to actually find some gems to purchase.
and one of the gemstones puts their hand on your shoulder. Don't buy from the shop. There's better places to get your gems. Direct import, even.
No. Direct import? Maybe. But the finest gems to find out there would be the ones that you search for yours. I bet not a single one of you has stepped foot outside this city once.
This other gemstone speaks up. Of course I've stepped outside the city to travel to other noble cities in the finest accommodations. Why would I degrade myself to anything less?
Pathetic.
Dude, I can see how angry you're getting at this.
I am.
Seriously.
What is your name, ma'am?
Before
Uh,
we go to the hole in the wall, what was it?
Matilda. Matilda Gray.
Matilda Gray.
Greycock.
What exactly is she?
She's a gnome.
She's a gnome. Matilda Greycog. Right. Give me one moment. I'm gonna step out for a moment.
And when the guard's like, oh, you can't leave. You've assaulted someone.
I have not assaulted anyone. If anything, I've actually healed one that was somehow wounded on their own accord.
They're like, call a mage.
And I'm simply calling over a grey cloak.
A gray cloak comes over, and it's this little itty bitty munchkin tabaxi, and their ears are just like oversized for their cloak, and their hood is slightly drooped down, and they push it up.
I love them.
And the cloak's a little bit too big for them, but you can see the leather armor, and they're just like this gray tomcat type with these
Sorry,
bright
what?
green eyes. A gray tomcat.
Feel called out.
And kind of like this fatso here.
Just
But
gray
gray.
instead of orange.
The gray ones have 2 brain cells. But they trade shifts.
Okay.
Considering how much gray I have, damn, I really feel called out.
And the gray cloak's like, how's can I help you? And there's another gray cloak with him, and they're like,
It's a great cloak in training. This is just going to be a shit day for Scabbard.
Hello. I have a request, actually. I need to make contact with 3 individuals. One by the name of Sir Mir.
stab.
No.
And the other gray cloak's like,
No.
we already have one of those.
Sir Mir, located within the Upper Crest. I also need to make contact with the information broker. And, if possible, what was the one name again?
Your brother's name is Mongo, you fucker.
Yes, not that Mongo, but also
Mongo.
a individual that can also be found within the upper crest.
Who?
And the last one, of course, being... I cannot remember her name for whatever reason.
Who?
The centaur we helped.
Alufa?
Yes.
Dear fuck.
Those 4 individuals. And I would like to make sure that this place is actually protected.
They look up at the other gray cloak, and they look down at this little munchkin tabaxi, and they're like, "It's okay, splashing puddles. Go ahead."
Splashing puddle?
And if you make an acronym of it, it's SIT.
Yep.
Is Mongo going to want to adopt a gray cloak?
I've thought about asking the information broker if I can join the rankings.
And they just set the scroll on the ground, and they stand on top of it and start writing down the information.
Oh my god, I forget.
And they roll it up, and they don't have like a pocket they slide it into. They haven't earned that yet. They just
Carry it.
no. They just put like it's like what you do with the staff. They just click it in place, and they just put it over their shoulder, and it's like as big as they are. And they start shuffling off, and they kind of almost trip over their own little cloak. And the other gray cloak follows after them.
And turn back to this woman. I'm completely ignoring
And then
the
they
kobolds.
eventually come. They come pittering back very quickly, and they tug on your armor very gently.
Oh.
They hold out their hand for the payment.
Right. And I will hand them the necessary payment
And
directly
they take
from my pocket.
it, and they hand it up to the other gray cloak, and they go,
So what would that be? I believe it's a gold per person, isn't it?
"Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's fine.
Do you want to adopt another character?"
We already have more NPCs than PCs.
Apparently, I'm good at making NPCs on the fly, or just creating really in-depth NPCs that you guys love.
It is definitely apparent.
So, Cayenne, are you going to find out more about your blood god, or what the fuck Osling did?
I'm definitely gonna do more research on my blood goddess, and then definitely find out more about what Osling did, but blood goddess first for sure.
Okay. Go ahead and do an investigation. And, what are you doing, Scafford?
I'm probably gonna lecture these individuals.
Oh god, he's gonna bore them to death.
Man, if that gets them out of there, I guess that works, right?
Nobody's allowed to leave. There's been a literal crime committed. Whereas they would just, we ramshackle the shop, we'll just pay so we can walk away scot-free.
And, yeah, basically just gonna go ahead and walk over and... I'm terribly sorry this has happened to you, ma'am.
That would be a 9.
A 9?
Yeah.
You more or less have the few druid books with you that are interesting. And you do find yourself in another area, just kind of, moseying around the library because it's so large. And Osling, she looks at you and she's like, "So, our goddess allowed me to have audience with another god. You looked a little terrified when I made that bargain."
Considering you almost died, yes.
I haven't lost that much blood in a while. Or felt things like that in a while.
the price you paid was what it cost for her forgiveness for asking for help.
Well, I have a new scar from it.
Yeah,
And a few mental, emotional scars as well from it. You alright there, Tom? Blood still boiling?
I just came up with so many ways to fuck with them. It's just like I can't do any of them
Okay.
because I'm not fucking there.
And as you come to a stop in this area and you look at the books and they're famous adventuring books, Osling is like, well, it's another one of those deities where you don't put their name down on paper unless you're researching them carefully. But it was essentially I reached out to the god of torment, offering up past traumas in exchange for a gift.
that does not sound pleasant.
In those few moments where I was there, I relived most of all the traumas that I've actually been through. And they fed off of it.
Did that... Excuse me for asking, but does that mean... Since they fed on it, does that mean that you no longer have to relive, like, those scenes in your mind anymore?
Oh no, the contrary. They're more vivid now and they're like razor blades whenever I think about them.
I think Cayenne might have found the first deity she does not like
outside of the mushroom god?
outside of that asshole. Fuck that
Sunny's
asshole.
not allowed anywhere near the torment god.
Who's not?
Sunny. Nowhere fucking near.
Torment, the god of torment does not fuck around.
What a shock!
Wasn't there a goddess of sadism?
There is.
I think she could be pretty handy in a fight, but I'm terrified what that would mean for Cayenne.
Oh, rack the coals on me harder. Nope.
No. So Cayenne's just gonna take her time in the library and just be a information sponge for a bit with Osling and learn things from her too that she didn't know about before.
Okay. Not Cayenne, Osling, she actually picks a book up and she looks at it and she opens it up a little bit and it's a thinner book. It's not very thick. And she's like, does the name Crier Bell ring anything to you?
Crier Bell?
Yes.
Yes, that was correct, yes.
She holds
That
out,
was
she hands you this, leather-bound book. That's, you saw that, it's written by, another, Kinku.
said it's written by another Kinku.
Yep.
What was the
Fuck,
name?
he had family.
Let me get you that name real quick.
Not gonna lie, I actually want to see what a baby Kinku would look like in D&D. I imagine them to be so fuzzy.
They are they're absolutely adorable. If you go, if anything, off of what like Critical Role did, they're absolutely disgustingly adorable.
What?
A baby Kinku.
Oh, God, yes. Oh my God, Tanner. You look like you're.
The actual book is written by a Kenku referred to as Hope.
Hope. As in H-O-P.
Hope.
Okay. Got it.
Says wife or something.
This library works like any normal library, like what we have in real life. You can check books out, you can borrow them.
Yep.
Okay. Definitely going to take that with me to get checked out.
Okay. You're gonna wait till you get back home to look at it?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait so I can show it to Scav, Mongo, and Nikolai when we're all back at the house.
Okay.
So we can all, like, read through it, like, take turns reading through it.
Yeah, you do find a few other books on the Obscura, and they've been previously checked out, but they're now in your possession to take back to the actual house for your own reading.
Awesome. I'm gonna see if I can also find some books that would be relevant to what I'm gonna be facing in a week. See if I can check those out for reading.
Do one investigation with advantage.
I found a new person to go talk to in my notes from a long time ago.
Who?
Red Dot. A Munchkin Tabaxi tinkerer in Castile.
Waiting for the dice roll.
Yep. While I drink my my strawberries and cream.
Is it the new monster?
No, it's Dr. Pepper. That one. Oh, why are these dice rolls so slow?
Your little chug is chugging really hard.
For real, though. I don't know why, though.
Discord needs a lot for video.
Yep. But I don't know why it would affect, like, digital dice. It's bad.
I can explain it on break. So you guys are trying to find the hole in the wall?
Yep.
Yeah,
Investigation?
Going back to the place.
Sorry
we
for
went-
that delay getting back to you.
it's all good.
Going back to the place where Scaver did find it and see if it's still there or
16?
16?
Okay, so with advantage, it's gonna be a 12.
A 12?
26.
Okay. You do find one book on the way out that looks like it could be useful. And it's by a very odd. It catches your interest because it's a very flamboyant looking book, and you're like, oh no, they have questionable content here. But you look at it briefly, and you're like, this was written by a druid. And it's by a druid adventurer that was also a gunslinger and a bard.
Yep, that's too interesting not to take with me.
It's like, that's a weird one.
Alright, Thorn and the Bard, I
Because-
get.
Cayenne has never heard the word gunslinger, and she's saying that word internally, like, what is that?
What did they use for ammo?
Because,
You know-
yeah.
The first eccentric thing that comes to my mind is buckle up, little buddy. Clink, thunk, clink, squee!
Oh, so there's this old
I'll be your
cartoon,
huckleberry.
Toxic Avenger, the cartoon series, and they eventually brought in other people who got mutated, and there was a old sergeant who was basically half plant,
Oh, I remember that briefly.
And it's like that's the only like pop culture reference that's fucking coming to mind.
You know what's really crazy is like the Toxic Avenger like animated show is so toned down from the first movie.
Oh God, yeah.
Like I remember seeing the first. I didn't get into trauma movies when I was younger, but probably about 5 years ago, I started watching through all of them. I'm like, that's on the level of the first RoboCop movie.
Mm-hmm.
I was surprised by how like grindhousey they are.
Oh no, there are gallons.
It's like
Oh,
if you took the
big
humor
blood.
of Mel Brooks and you hybrided it with Verhoeven's like sense of gore.
Yeah, yeah. James
It's,
Gunn made a couple of trauma movies.
I know. I think what's his name is usually a cameo in his movies.
Actually, his folks. The
guy
guy
that
who
owns
played
Tro-
Yondu.
The guy that plays Troma, that owns Troma,
I wouldn't be surprised if he was in there.
he makes a cameo in the first Guardians in the prison block.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
And Captain Malcolm Reynolds.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Back to game. We're getting really sidetracked. Pop culture just sidetracks us instantly.
Oh, so hard.
So yeah, you're able to get those books, check them out successfully. And oddly enough, I'm gonna roll with it. The name of the druid was Huckleberry.
I like it.
I just see a blue dog with guns on his hips.
Oh no, we're referencing a Tombstone. It is a very good movie. So, you guys do find the hole in the wall. You look at one wall and you're like, nope, not there. You walk down the alleyway, you're like, no, not there. And then you walk back to where you had previously looked at the wall and there's a door there.
That seems about right.
Yeah. Go through.
And you find yourself back in Corin's shop.
There. Head over.
And
Go in there. Turn to Noodle. Let me know if you find anything interesting.
Noodle just nods. And
Same thing to Ace. Let me know if you find anything. If you find anything interesting, please don't eat anything metal, Ace. Hey, you have a problem with it sometimes, buddy.
And Corin is just finishing talking to someone, and it's this really, like, gorgeously dressed up wizard owling, like a great horned owl, and
Nice.
they take a few things. You see them having a few of those really expensive scrolls.
Damn.
And they open up their book and to deposit the scrolls right there on the spot. And you see their book. It's almost like it's like actual pocket watches, but there's 4 of them, and it refracts going to the various things, and it forms the book out of like the refractions of light.
Oh, interesting.
That's fucking cool.
And they start changing a page, and they find a section, and they put the pages in there, and all of them kind of turn clockwise. They come back together, closing the book, and then close into one pocket watch and put it away.
That's pretty cool.
That is fucking awesome. You always come up with the best fucking spell books, I swear to God.
And, you know, I did. There's a world of. Imagine if Corin pulled out hers. Let me
I
go.
think we'd have to take bets. Where does my brain leak out of?
Your butt. Because it just drops
That
to
sounds
your
pretty
stomach
bad.
and then goes the rest of the way.
I was gonna go with ears or nose, but that's all right.
Suddenly, brain butt puddle.
That's a shitty thing to happen.
Oh, it's not as bad as what I was doing to Nate. I was actually developing the Gnomish language even further.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Crazy. It's crazy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you telling us like we're gonna be surprised, or do you just feel that? Anyway.
So eventually, Sir Mir does show up, and yeah, you're able to talk to Corin. She's available.
I'd probably also try to at least introduce myself to the wizard.
They turn to you and they grab your hands and they start shaking very generously and they're like, "Oh, you're a Munchkin Tabaxi, you're so cute." They just pick you up without looking and they start examining you and they pull down like a
somebody
pair
with
of
feathers is picking me up. Now I'm
and
getting a
they
little concerned.
put on spectacles and they're like, "Oh, such a fine specimen. Oh, what they
Specimen?
They open up your ropes. Oh, you're such a beautiful Munchkin.
You have to buy me drinks before.
Oh, they reach in their pocket and they pull out they take a cork off of it, offer you a drink. My own personal brew.
I'll at least smell it, see what the fuck it is.
It smells sour and appley.
Alright, I'll take a little drink, see if I
Con,
can.
disadvantage.
Fuck.
So I'm probably in the middle of lecturing
Great, I'm
them.
getting hammered in the hole in the
The
wall.
middle, and probably this is what I would say actually. Listen well to my words, because while this may not seem important to you now, know that this may be the most important thing I've ever said. Any society that derives its power and authority from the will of mortals with power alone lives in a life of tyranny. As a noble, it is your duty to protect and care for the people beneath you, for they are your greatest allies. But they can also become your worst enemies if you treat them poorly. You lot walk a very dark path, and the gods do not easily forgive. To bring harm to this innocent soul is beyond shameful.
Villain monologue. Go ahead, keep
I'm gonna give
going.
him at least anti-hero.
Anti-hero.
But he is monologuing.
And will not be ignored, for
You
there
said he
is
was gonna give him
always
a
someone
speech.
or something
I think he
watching.
was actually going to do it.
You've all brought shame to your names, for the gods are watching us now. Such transgressions are seen by beings far beyond your comprehension. You claim yourselves to be nobles? You're no nobles. You're not even fit to lick the boots of a beggar. To wage war against people, good or bad, is not healthy for the soul, especially to those beneath you. Leave or stay, it does not matter, but you will not be pestering this poor woman any further.
And as you start to carry on, you feel a pat on your shoulder, and you look up, and it's Sir Marin. He leans in and he speaks in kobold to you, but it's that very common or kobold, like that very rough, where they wouldn't actually understand it because they're hoity-toity.
Hoity-toity.
And he's like, "Your dad used to monologue like that at the dinner table. Please don't put me to sleep."
Give him a little nod. You wish to be seen with respect, you need to learn how to respect others. I suggest you take some time and seek forgiveness within the temple's halls.
And Feisty is just leaning against him, and he's scratching Feisty behind the ears, and all of them are horrified, and the one that was impaled is like, "Guards, kill that thing," and then Sir Mir just looks at the guards, and they're like,
Sir Mir has an intimidating presence. It's fucking great.
he actually does.
I'm done.
Alright. Why did you summon Sir Mir here? To monologue him back to sleep?
No. Sir Mir, could you please help with this? We need to help this poor woman.
He's like, "Oh, explain to me what happened, the non-dramatized version."
Well, I was simply looking for things within the gem shop to actually go ahead and purchase. Gifts for Kippa and things for myself and for the family, and all of them here are destroying her poor shop and harassing her.
And a wizard walks in, and they're one of the city wizards, and they're like... And Sir Mir's like, "You can go." And the wizard's like, "I was in the middle of studies, and I was..." The wizard just walks back out. What was your role?
Modified 4.
Modified 4? This is such a sour apple, like, concoction that you feel your actual butthole pucker.
God damn.
Damn.
And your whiskers slightly curl a little bit, Grinch style.
Is that a step just above turning inside out?
It instantly turns your mouth to a sour desert. Your nose feels dry from the sourness.
Oh, fuck.
It's like if you were dropped into a vat of, like, warhead powder. And you accidentally inhaled while you were screaming.
Oh fuck no! Ow God! Oh.
That sounds pretty terrible.
Oh. Oh, ow. No, like, that part back there that really hits when you get a lot of sour is like fucking.
Oh, like when we did the alcohol.
Fuck that.
The alcohol and malic acid shots.
Fuck that shit. That shit fucked up my voice for a week.
It just made you sound more like Bane. Sir Mirror's like, okay.
I simply just needed you here in case any of them tried anything stupid. But for the most part, try and help this woman.
Sir Mirror looks at you very sharply. And you can feel some of that intimidating aura come off of him as it rolls over, and he's like, I am not to be used as a measly set of muscles, sir.
I'm aware of this, Sir Mir. It's not for me. I can defend myself. I'm more so asking if you can help protect her.
And he leans in very close to you, and he motions for you to go outside with him. And he's like, I have a very specific job, and I can't split it between this and that. You either choose Kippa or this woman.
I understand. Kippa is far more important. But I do need to know if there's some way we can make sure that she is protected, and so that this does not happen again.
And it's you see one of the other nobles was with them from the table, and it's actually the one that works with Nikolai, the gnome. And she's like, this is actually common amongst gemstone kobolds. They cause big problems for anybody that they see as low.
Right.
We gnomes generally, what we do is just simply write off the laws because that's all we can do, unless you're very well connected. But they don't go into those shops because they know better.
So we fix the problem by traumatizing him. Got it. Push him down a well.
No? I'm gonna make sure this doesn't happen again.
And she's like, give me a moment. You're gonna follow her inside because she goes inside. And they all turn around and they're like, oh, it's another gnome. And she actually pulls out a scroll. And she pulls out a hammer and she pulls out a few tacks. And she turns around and right by the door where the door frame is, she reaches up, tacks something to the door with the two tacks, and the scroll's now open for everybody to view it. And she goes over into the inner part of the door frame and she carves something into it. And you just see them groan in frustration as she does this. You can take a look at what she put there.
What did she put down?
That this place is now sanctioned by the Tinkerers Guild.
Good.
And you can do a religion on what she did to the door.
Yes, I most absolutely will.
But it's now...
Natural 20.
Natural 20? Yeah, it's now sanctioned underneath the Tinkerers Guild. It's not directly sanctioned. This is more or less a piece of paper, fuck off. But it gets the point across of, like, you're going to have to fuck with the Tinkerers Guild if you go after this place again. And you look at the religious symbols as she goes and talks to the shop owners, and you see the one for Garl Glittergold is now there. For some reason it wasn't there before, and you see the one for Owlbear is there now as well.
Nice.
Cool.
Hell yeah.
And she's speaking to the shop owners. They're speaking in Gnomish. It's very quick, back and forth. Like, everything is so short and quick, you're like...
Yeah, they're speaking fucking volumes, I'll bet.
Huh?
They're speaking volumes, I bet.
And it's just... and, she's like, okay, I'll have to talk to Nikolai, but I'm sure he'll understand. It's done. They will leave.
Thank you.
They They understand probably now. The guards will handle the rest. And the old man comes around finally, and he's you realize this entire time that you've been going back and forth in and out, he's been working his way around this thing, and he's got two canes, and he's walking very slowly around, completely hunched over. He's got really thick goggles on that are made to different do magnifications and everything like that. Like completely ancient looking old man gnome. He's got all these age spots and wrinkles. And
Damn, how old is he if he's ancient?
for a gnome?
For a gnome.
Yeah. And he's trying to walk in your direction.
I'll meet him about halfway there.
And he's like, startled the old ticker.
Terribly sorry.
Oh, I haven't had adrenaline like that since 50 years ago when I dropped my tea.
Dropped.
I'm not even addressing the other kobolds there.
It was such a dreadful moment when I dropped my tea. And he fishes around his pockets and he takes out something and he hands it to you.
There you go.
A gift.
What is it?
And it's weirdly befitting. It's a perfect spherical, from what you can tell, in perfect clarity, pearl.
Thank you, sir, but... Thank you. Question. I'm turning over to the individual that helped with this, forget her name.
Nate, you want to refresh him?
Prairie.
What would it cost to help repair all of this?
That's what I'm going to speak to Nikolai about. Granted, I could just wave my hands. Well, actually, I have to go through Mellum first. She would prefer to probably tie up all these nobles and blow them up, so I will talk to Nikolai.
I like that. Right. I don't wish any harm upon any of them. As much as they probably deserve it, they need to learn a lesson.
So you've gotten essentially what looks to be a perfect pearl.
I actually came here to purchase some things, but it seems that, it seems unfortunately a lot was damaged. Granted, I'm still more than willing to purchase anything here.
The old lady's like, come back in a few days and we will have our shop open for a private viewing.
Are you sure?
Yes. It's odd meeting a gemstone kobold that's not a royal asshole.
Well, he is Sir Asshole, so...
I try to be better than others. For the troubles, and directly from my pocket, I'm going to give them 10 of my own platinum.
Okay.
Hopefully this helps.
If they look at it and they look at the amount of it and they give you half of it back.
No,
And
I
gnomes,
refuse to take it back. This is for you.
Gnomes work for their coin.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Very well. Go ahead and give him only the 5 then.
So, are you stopping off anywhere else, Cayenne?
Probably, if Osling doesn't want to do anything else at the library, probably see if I could meet up with Eric and learn a little more tidbits about Blood Hunter stuff.
Oh boy. Alright. Your other acquaintance.
Yeah.
The Laffy boy.
Yes.
And so the Owling eventually stops examining you, sets you down, and fixes your hat a little bit. Oh wait, you don't have your hat. He's in.
That's
spell.
right, Humphrey's at the spell.
Yeah.
Tennessee had a rough couple days.
Yeah. So they're like, okay, well, I must be going. I got studies to do. Nice meeting you.
Mind if I ask what you study?
That's an interesting question. No one's ever asked me that before. They always just assume I'm a hoot. I study advanced potions in cognics.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my god, that's amazing. I'm trying to learn how to do some of that myself.
I created this one drink called a fizzy pop. You drink it, and it basically explodes in your mouth and creates fizz everywhere.
That sounds like so much fun. And I would absolutely love to do that to my...
I also created another potion called Stay Put. It's highly volatile. I haven't figured out the opposing of it, outside of having a goblin handy to chew their way out. Or a kobold. Essentially, it's a vial of two chemicals that you put together, and because if you don't keep them apart, they eventually break, and you find yourself in a stay put situation. But you put the two vials together, and you throw them into a location, and it proceeds to expand until all parameters are full, 10 square miles of solidified marshmallow, as some people refer to it.
That's pretty cool, but terrible.
You are amazing. And the application for that are fucking fantastic. I came up with a very similar one. More, what do you call bubble gum?
That's peculiar.
And except it only would kind of mildly inconvenience one person.
They just kind of step off to the side with you, and they reach over and they move you off to the side as this thing bigger than a stone giant. It almost looks like a stone golem coming in. And they, off to one side, they have a little pointy wizard's hat. And they walk over to Corn, and they start doing dealings back and forth about things. And they're just absolutely, they're 15, 16, 17 feet tall and just massive. You're like, how did they get there?
Drop a lot of chalk. Fucking door.
Interesting. A bubblegum trap.
Effectively, yes.
Have you learned the ink spot spell yet?
Ink spot.
It's quite an interesting spell. I cannot show you here. It's a rather high level, no 9th or 10th potion making rank. But essentially it's a vial of black liquid, and you remove the cork, of course, as you do with any potion, unless you're throwing it and watching your enemies scream in agony as you bathe in their suffering. I mean, dismay. And you simply apply a drop in one spot and a drop in another spot, and you can pass through it from spot to spot.
Oh, that is fantastic. So, like I said, I'm just getting into it, so I'm just now, kind of figuring out the depth that you can actually create.
They've produced their card. I must be going, but look us up. And they hand you a card.
Oh,
It's good to meet you, Mungo.
You use my name?
Mm-hmm. And they head out.
Fuck, does everybody know who we are? Yet we have no idea.
Do you look at the
Fuck they
card?
are. Yes, I do.
It says Acme Incorporated, Wizarding Branch.
Thank you. I love that so much.
That's pretty great.
And at the very, very bottom in fine text, you see that their actual CEO is a goblin.
I was halfway expecting, Wile E. Coyote or something.
An ascended coyote that decided to start their own business.
Or is Wile E. Coyote just their major
No,
customer?
no. Why can't it be the Roadrunner, since it's wizarding?
That's funny,
Yeah, he never does catch that fucking Roadrunner.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not spelled like the traditional Acme, it's Acme. Because goblin. And that probably warms your heart that you know that a goblin has become this ingrained that they've actually have their own.
Massive company.
A company that specializes in traps and destruction to a degree. So, you're able to get back with Eric. He's available, and he looks over and he's like, I don't know if I got too hit last night by sparring, but there's two of you.
Oh, no. This is my sister.
Salutations, madam. And she's like, don't ever call me that again.
My sister, her name is Osling.
Osling, do you have the same dark fortune as your lighter sister? Osling's like, do you want to die and find out what it's like to be a puppet? And he's like, oh, right. And she looks over at you, Cayenne, and she just tilts her head and she's like, huh, he's a lycanthrope. And he's like, he's just sitting like, what? And she's like, I can smell it. It kind of permeates you. It doesn't smell like living or dead or undead. It's different. He's like, and he gets in really close to you, Cayenne, and he whispers to you, she's really weird. Really weird.
Osling is more brash than me.
And he just looks at...
She has had a hard time.
He takes a few steps back and he looks a little bit like fake offended, and he's like, you don't say. I didn't know that was possible.
Osling, this is Eric. This is who I have been learning some Bloodhunter knowledge from.
And she just looks at him and she's like, I worked with blood hunters before, mainly the spectral kind that dealt with banshees and ghosts and spirits. Those are very odd blood hunters.
Is that what the Scooby King would be?
And so yeah, she's like, I'll leave you two to it. I'm going to go enjoy nature for a little bit.
I'll meet up with you later.
And she just nods and gives you a really nice warm hug.
I'll give her one back.
And Eric's walking with you and he looks at you and he's like, oh, so you can actually handle actual contact with other beings. The sigh over there.
The veins popping up on the side of my head over here.
Hey, at least it's not left with you trying to hook you up with the information broker.
Oh my god. I love Lev so much. Him and Clue both.
Oh, they're so fun. I wish you guys spent more time with them.
Definitely gonna do that, and definitely need to spend a little more time with Troyus. I want to learn more about the clan that he comes from.
Yeah, you don't know what his clan is yet, do you?
No, I don't really know anything about him other than he's huge, the captain of the guard, and his name is Troyus. He looks like a Clydesdale.
Yeah,
That's all I know.
he doesn't skip his protein.
He never skips leg day.
Wait, does he have to do leg day twice as much as everybody else?
It's twice as easy for him. I mean, he's basically a fucking Clydesdale. And Eric holds out a book for you, and it's looks like it's got dried blood on it. It's been chewed on. It's got some pages missing from it, and it's got a very crude cipher in the front of it. And it's essentially, as you look through it, flipping the pages, it's a book about a more in-depth description of basically his path of being a blood hunter. And he's like, forgive me for the state that the book is in. I got hungry one day, and that's the only thing I can find to chew on.
I think the book looks lovely.
He's like, it should bring you a lot of, He's like 60% leg. I read that as lag. Okay, I needed that laugh. He presents this book to you, and it's got a cipher, so it translates from, his way of writing to essentially something you can understand.
Okay.
So that you can actually start looking into what it's needed to become a blood hunter, or become, for example, the kind he is. But he's like, I don't recommend that. It's rather messy for centaurs.
I'm more curious. I only know the basic knowledge on some of the different paths, and I know that a blessing is given, or some view as a curse. I just don't know how that would apply to centaurs. I'm terrified to think of what the form would look like.
Well, other races have clerics. Centaurs seem to have witches and priestesses. I have done my research for you, and while you do your nobility thing, there is rumors of a centaur lycanthrope, and he kind of puts his hand on you a little bit, and he's like, I know you're squeamish by it, but apparently they're a dire centipede.
Gross.
Burn it.
They're also...
God, burn it.
Just a giant bug person.
He's like, they also are known for living deep in the mountains and eating stray children, so I wouldn't go looking for them. I found the hate button.
You found the gag button. Like, legit.
All this before we take our break for dinner.
I was imagining
Sophie, what are you doing?
movement, and it was not pleasant. No.
So, what order were you looking at possibly approaching? Profane Soul? Ghost Hunter?
Silly.
I had been thinking Profane Soul, but seeing as I follow the Circle of Blood, I'm torn. I want something to... I want to follow something or do research on something that I guess is more harmonious with what I'm currently following, if that makes more sense.
Well, I don't see why your patron would not permit you to actually follow the order of that specific order. You already pay for your membership in blood and offerings and such. It would be no different, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Let me...
You're right over there, Tom?
Mm-hmm.
Nikolai, what are you looking for while you're in here?
I was just gonna, when Corin is available, I was going to tell her. I was going to ask to purchase that tool set.
She looks at you and she's like, huh. And she pulls up a few notes and she's like, I hate to break it to you, it's been sold. A gnome purchased it a few days ago. I just.
Oh,
I
no!
felt the heartbreak over here.
No! Are they a bad person? Can I hunt them down and get it?
Nikolai. That's not how you're supposed to ask that question.
Corin's like, not in my shop.
But no.
It's just a
that will-
joke.
That will bar you from all future injuries.
It's just a joke. I'm devastated. I really wanted that tool. I've been so busy.
I don't suppose is
there
that
another one?
something that you get it on a regular basis, or is that like a one-time?
Extremely rare and valuable.
Anything like it? Anything else like it?
Can check our inventory for you.
Please. I'll browse around.
Okay.
Walking off. Arms just hanging low to the ground.
Tail dragging.
Yes.
Instead of being
Ears
bent,
drooped.
it's just done.
Cayenne,
And depression.
you look like you're thinking really hard. What's on your mind?
Is looking more into the patrons because I was trying to think of how I was going to word what I was going to say to Eric. Because I know for blood hunters at 3rd level, you do choose your otherworldly patron. And trying to think of a patron that works hand in hand with my lady is hard.
Yeah.
But the only one that seems to make sense as she's for revealing truths is the Archfey.
There could be a different ways that this actually goes.
Well, in the description it says this being's motivations are often inscrutable and sometimes whimsical, and might involve a striving for greater magical power or the settling of age-old grudges.
Yeah?
What does Mongo
So-
feel called out here?
Thinking of something like that, it could work hand in hand as helping with issues for the family. But at the same time, it's
Is Cayenne ready to forgive people?
Is she ever ready to forgive people?
but I'm
Murdering
saying
your
this
opponent is
because
way to
my
settle the
heart
fucking grudge,
remembers. My upper torso remembers the Archfey.
Yeah.
So it's a double-edged sword, and it's
I mean, you did eat an Archfey's heart, so I mean, it's already part of you.
it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
Alright.
It could go good or bad.
So you're off to look for something.
Yeah, just looking around. Very depressed.
You're dealing with the shop, what's left of it.
Yep, I'm helping them clean up and basically, like, let's see if I can actually persuade at least, like, one or two of these
And
goblins to help.
you're looking around the shop too?
Yeah.
Okay.
See if there's anything affordable that I can use.
And you're talking to Eric for a little bit longer. Yeah, Cayenne?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Alright, we're gonna go ahead and take our 30-minute break, get some food in us, let people stretch their leggies a little bit.
I wonder if my words reached any of them.
Who knows? Roll a persuasion for me.
Why not?
Alright, we're gonna go ahead and take our 30-minute break, get food in us. See you in about 30 minutes, Cayenne.
See you in about 30 minutes.
24.
Hasta.
Nice. pretty spectacular. The fact that
We didn't even acknowledge him beforehand, and he just yells out, "I'll see you later, Parker."
Captain America going by on his Harley, full gear,
Looking right out of the fucking movies.
waved at you and said, "See you later, Parker." That was just mind-blowing at Comic-Con.
The fact that I ran into a trio in the fucking convention that was also had all three of them, Miles, Gwen, and none of them fucking said shit. Little fuckers. So it's just like, alright, you're a fucking douche. Go up to the guy at,
Tell us how you really feel on the air.
yeah. Oh, are we on?
Yes, we've been
fuck,
on
all
for
right.
a while.
I'm a judgmental prick, alright? That's why I play a cat.
I thought it's because you never got any of what you're playing. Oh.
That's true.
So, we're
I
jumping
wouldn't know
back
what to do
into
with one if
this.
they'd sat on it, wherever the fuck it is they sit.
Alright, so you guys are both looking around. If you want, please do investigations.
That's the picture.
Got an 18 for me.
Okay.
I could totally see you doing that too.
That's him whenever I describe food.
Yep. You know I dressed up as that at Comic-Con.
Yeah, you told me the story.
So, yeah, and you had me put duct tape on you.
Yeah.
I remember that.
13.
Okay. So you spend
Oh,
the
man, I got
better
you.
part of the day actually cleaning.
Did I manage to persuade any of them to help with this?
I need to grab actual dice because I don't have any dice on the table, which is weird.
To pay for their fuck up,
Oh man.
or at least start?
High or low first?
Yeah, let's go high.
Didn't catch anything. Sorry.
No. None.
Eh.
Yeah. Maybe an hour.
None of them even give you any.
That was a 1, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's no luck for you there. And so yeah, you finish cleaning up shop. You're able to head out. It's already into the later afternoon for you at this point. The marketplace is cleared up, and people are going about their business now.
Get Feisty some much owed barbecue and make our way to the upper crust.
After she fucking impaled somebody.
She missed the vital organs on purpose.
Yeah. And yeah, you guys are searching around a corn shop. You pause for a moment. You nearly tumble over Mongo as he stops in the hallway.
Oh God, what can we afford that I found that I want?
And you see what he's looking at. It doesn't make much sense to you, but to you, Mongo, you read a description because it's in Arcane. And basically, these robes, on a long rest, will either double or triple all your available spell slots.
Nice. Was it probably in the hundreds of thousands of platinum?
Oh God. Okay, so that part of me that apparently wants to experience pain is going to ask the question: how much?
1.5 mil plat.
You lost me at 1.5.
Wow. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you're just standing there, and you can see that the actual fabric itself looks like one of those like 3D holograms you look at, like the Infinity Mirror, but it's with all these various arcane symbols floating over each other.
Fancy. Alrighty.
I think your soul just broke a little bit there.
It hurts.
And yeah,
Can't even eat right now.
at least it wasn't ick.
Yeah, that's. I think that's the first time on stream that I haven't lost my appetite due to ick. Lost it because I hurt.
Well, you are looking around. You don't find anything that stands out in particular, but you do find something that's actually rather interesting. It looks like a compass.
Okay.
Beat to living fucking hell.
Did
This
she finally get it fixed?
No, this is a different compass, not that one. This compass looks like it's been beat to hell. The cord is tattered. The glass on it itself is actually cracked, and you can see that it's just floating there. And you're gonna check what it actually
Yeah.
is. You look at it, and it's a thieves' compass. And
Okay.
when used with a investigation for traps, for example, it will point you to the nearest trap if there is one, even on a failed roll.
Huh. That's interesting.
What?
How much?
He saw it. You don't know about it. You're over
That's
there.
interesting.
You're too
I'm
busy over there with your
crying.
paws on this glass, just drool trail going down the front of it as you smear it.
So,
Like
like,
weasel
or
looking at
tears?
glass?
Yes.
like in a place where I'm pretty sure it's damn trapped. If I didn't see nothing, pull out the compass. All right, where's the trap? That's what I'm thinking. How much is it?
15 plat.
Get it?
That's pretty cool. All right, yeah. That sounds like a good thing to get.
As you and Eric work your way back, you're enjoying the probably the company of him, and you're instantly just kind of, as you come out of the forest, the Spotted Dog Forest, heading back into. It's not the full Spotted Dog Forest. It's like the forest that's within inside the giant defense area, essentially on the lower. It's pouring rain. One of those nice late summer showers. Don't know if she heard me. It's probably delayed. Maybe.
I got half of what you said.
Which half?
The first half, middle half, or last half?
The last half.
Okay. You're walking with Eric, and you come out of the forest that's in the lower section, and it's pouring rain. Summer shower.
I won't worry about cover really, as I'm going to enjoy the rain.
Do a perception for me.
That's not gonna help.
And we'll wait for the dice.
Oh, dear.
Yay!
Did that price hurt, or do you just bask in the majesty of that item?
I'm feeling the aura of pain coming off of him right now.
Sorrow.
What if you just saw Plumetree walk in and just buy it, walk back out?
Maybe that's why he was at the bank, so you can check how much money he
Guys,
had.
why do you hate me? So please just roll. Like for real.
I think I got
A 6.
a 6.
Yeah.
It's not so much as you're being perceptive to what is going on,
Connor's character.
but you hear a lot of cackling happening, and you kind of turn your head and you see smoke coming from one of the fields, and this long copper rod is aimed into the sky, and you see a couple of goblins like trying to grab it and play basically keep away from each other, in some sort of weird demented game.
Shocking.
Did they break like a building or business nearby?
No idea what they got it from, but they're playing some sort of weird game amongst each other. And whenever one of them, you just see one of the lightning come down and strike the thing, and the goblin goes flying off in one direction, smoking, and the others all clamber over to grab the rod, not even checking on their comrade if they're alive or dead.
Well, what is wrong with these motherfuckers?
Goblins, man, they're entertaining themselves. They don't know what like normal people do.
What weird ass Ben
I'm
Franklin
going to
motherfuckers.
cautiously make my way over.
Eric walks with you, and you walk over and you actually step down, and you hear a small crunch, and you look down, and it's a goblin laying on its stomach, and you had stepped on the forearm, and its smoke is just coming up, and it hits your nostrils, this burnt goblin.
Wait, who stepped on them? Me or Eric?
You did.
Wait, they landed that close to me that I would step on them?
Well, you start heading in that direction, and I just kind of cleared up the distance you've already gotten. You've gotten within the area of them.
Oh, got you. I'm gonna check on the burnt goblin.
Do a medicine.
Please, dice, can you roll a little faster for me?
I just now got your previous roll, so I'm got weird lag too.
It's great. It's lovely. It's beautimous.
Lightning rod tag, as Zoroarkane has pointed out.
Different type of laser tag.
Sky tag.
Zeus tag.
Jeez, that took forever.
Yeah.
I'll take that 25.
You find basically what is equivalent to 0.5 of a hit point left in this poor little goblin.
I'm going to see if my dagger will help.
Go ahead and roll your charges for the day. You alright, Tom?
Fucking hurt.
One d4. So one charge would just be 1d4.
Yeah, so if you got a 1 on the d4, it would be 1 charge.
Okay.
You're gonna heal the poor little toasted goblin?
Yeah. I feel bad because that's not okay.
They don't know any better! They're too stupid! So you go through the healing process of healing this goblin, and they sit up, and what hair they have just kind of just tumbles off of them in like the ash fragments. And they look at you, and their face is soaked in mud. Their clothes are soaked in mud. And they just kind of like, "Oh, the god Cayenne has been summoned by our sacrifices." Don't tell Mom.
Can you kindly explain to me where that pipe was gotten from?
They pick up they go over to another goblin that's been toasted, and they pull the body up. Where did we get it from? Do I lie? Do I tell the truth? We got it from a very kind donation. Forever borrowed.
Forever borrowed.
What did you need this for that you needed to borrow it, as you said?
At that point, you hear another yip as the goblin goes flying off, being electrocuted.
That's pretty great. What's this game that they call?
As Zoroarkane said, lightning tag.
Okay.
So the last goblin is standing there, and they're like, just like, I won, and I won. It's the lightning bolt hit that one, he just explodes into pieces everywhere.
Oh, God.
Instantly gibbed. He is all over the place. And the one goblin looks at you and just kind of kneels their hands around. They're like, oh, what's that term that the bards use? Explosive finish.
Dramatic finish.
No, he exploded.
And the rod just kind of spins a little bit on the ground and falls over with a loud clang.
Wait, so that goblin just got completely exploded.
Yep.
Yeah. You're going to help on that one.
They
let's find
ascended.
let's find a different game to play. I don't want either of you to end up like that.
There's like 6 goblins laying around that are all in various states of barbecue.
I think that's
I'm
how you
going
summon
to
feisty,
point
not cayenne.
directly to the explode spot.
There's a tiny crater there that the bar is sticking out of. Water starting to pool in it. The smoke is kind of swirling around the raindrops.
At least he got a beautiful death.
I mean, yeah, but now I don't know what to try to convince them to go do.
Be safe.
Because I want to take this rod back to where it's supposed to go.
Might not be safe in the current weather conditions.
True. I'm gonna try to convince the goblins to like go back to Goblin Row or go play in like the woods or something.
Roll a persuasion. That death touched everyone at once.
Yeah.
For Gabo.
Didn't even care, probably. More than likely didn't care. They're playing a game.
Goblins don't know no better. They obviously don't know no better. They worship a centaur.
The cayenne.
That's a 17.
17? They look at each other and they're like, new game. And the few goblins that remain are like, I found a dead bird. We can poke it until it blows up. And they're like, hell yeah! They all start running off in that direction, picking up random sticks.
That's fine.
A
That's
little,
fine.
Oh no.
a little
Goblin
less,
cleanup patrol.
a little less likely to become exploded by lightning.
Unless it turns out one of them believes so hard in cayenne that now they get magic powers and have no idea how to control it.
I could totally see goblins becoming the trash crew of a city.
The goblins worship cayenne by dancing in the rain with lightning rods.
The dancing in the rain part she's fine with, because, let's be honest, a druid would probably do that. It's the lightning rod part that she doesn't know where the fuck that came from.
I could totally see the goblins being convinced to be like the city's pest control.
Yeah. You could actually go... You can go down and recommend that to the Goblin Row, and they'd probably look into actually doing that.
Do you want to help out with that?
I'm not there. But it's something that Scabbard knows how to do and could probably provide points and tips.
I wouldn't terrify them about a fucking giant rat that doesn't exist.
Cayenne would probably only like instruct like the younger kids, like, hey, go clean up like the yucky bits in the city.
I was just reminded of one of the shows that has the most depressing endings of all TV shows. Dinosaurs.
Yeah, no, that ending's depressing as fuck.
Remember, it was just a meteor.
Yeah!
It just died.
All the characters died.
Yep.
So you're free to head back to the city now that you've been distracted by a goblin laser tag.
Yeah. Going to make my way back to the city. And then just take my time heading back up to the house. see if I bump into anyone on the way.
Oslin catches up with you to travel with you.
Travel with Oslin.
She's like, the rain is nice.
The rain is very nice. That was a very interesting experience with the goblins.
What did they do to you now?
They didn't do anything. Apparently, they were playing. Was it actually called Sky Tag?
You can call it whatever you want.
The younger goblins apparently were making quote-unquote sacrifices to summon me. Wasn't explained as to why for the summon, but they were playing a game with a copper pipe. Calling it Sky Tag?
You know, I don't mean to sound rude about our adopted siblings, and she does the quotation thing, but why could I picture Scabbard playing that game?
I mean,
Maybe when he was a lot younger, probably.
he's been zapped quite a lot.
And she just nudges you a bit, and she's like, you know, to say a lewd thing much like Coin, he would probably say something along the lines of, shock me, Daddy Bahamut.
No comment.
I mean,
No comment.
No comment.
But I am glad
it's
Coin is making
probably,
friends and teaching them things.
It's probably along the same lines as how Scav at some point has at least said to Kippa, "Oh, yell at me harder, mommy."
Oh, I didn't need to know about their sex life.
Can I get a third table? I'm really uncomfortable.
You started it.
And based off of her current
Don't.
status,
Don't.
is he that oblivious that he doesn't realize anything is going on?
She is trying to keep everything a secret in order to protect him and keep him from worrying with what's on his plate currently. He's still learning what status he truly has, and that's a huge responsibility. It's just like with our queendom, it's a big responsibility on our shoulders, that and then becoming Archdruid as well.
I've never heard the phrase queendom before.
First time, bud?
What would the ruling place of a queen be?
A matriarchy.
There's also the same thing that she used as well, which is different. It's more of a John Henry King type of deal.
And this would be more of a Jarlship if you want to stick with more Norse, because a Jarl can be a female.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Use a non-gender term.
So, yeah, you're working your way back to the house. Do you guys eventually leave, do you leave the robes behind?
Yeah,
I'm gonna
because there's
ask
no way to
her-
pay for them.
Sure there is.
You gotta have 1.5 million platinum.
Yeah.
That's how you pay for it. So, I mean, you might be able to sell your soul if you wanted to. It's not like she isn't a tiefling. It's not like she isn't married to a djinn.
Yeah, something tells me Mongo's soul ain't really worth that much.
So, yeah, and you head back to the house eventually.
Yeah,
Making our
eventually
way
we
back up to the upper crest.
Well,
Yep.
there was a.
Oh, you're
thing
going to the upper crest?
Well, that's where the house is, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
So you're heading back home. Okay.
Picking
there
up
was a thing
barbecue
that I
for
wanted
Feisty
to
on the
ask
way.
Corn?
Corn about. considering fact, just had a conversation with Ace, if she knows of any, or if she has any resources that she might be able to sell me or whatever that can give Ace a voice.
Whilst I don't currently have anything readily available, it is a rather normal thing that I can look into for you.
Well, please, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll have something within a few days, I'm sure.
Okay.
See if Noodle found anything that he wants.
Good. I'll pick up some barbecue for everybody else too. While I'm
And then
here.
before leaving, find Ace to see if he's found anything that he
Yeah,
wants.
you find Noodle, and Noodle is just sitting there, and somehow has produced essentially like a snack, and just nibbling on it while watching something behind a glass. You look over at what Noodle's looking at, and you see what looks like a diamond floating there, and it shifts and changes into a emerald, and it shifts and changes into a ruby.
That's pretty cool.
And it's just going through all these different kinds of beautiful stones, changing shape and texture, and changes into, an amethyst, and there's the geode sticking out, and it changes again to like a bismuth crystal, where it's just...
How much?
Let me roll a D100 for that. Because that is actually pretty valuable.
Yeah. If it's cheap enough, we're fucking getting it for him.
For the old Noodle.
Yep.
540 platinum.
You can do it.
You can do it, it's just gonna hurt a lot.
What were the other things that we were looking at for everybody when we were there last time?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
The pouch was procured.
Yeah.
Yours, unfortunately, sold. I asked if she could find a book of spells for low level like me. The answer was no. I think he was looking at some sort of armor.
I was looking for armor for Feisty, which was already procured.
Okay.
That way she's more protected and can still be invisible.
Alrighty. Oh. Another question, Corin, if you don't mind. Apparently, I've been advised to use an alias, which is all well and good. But, although I have an alias, I am quite a unique person. Any ideas on things that can help make me not be the unique person I am?
And you hear another voice that you've never heard in this place. And you hear, "Oh, dear boy, you want to be something completely different."
I don't want to, kind of have to.
Change,
Who is that?
shift, change. And you look over and you see this djinn there that you've never seen before. They're like a floating, semi-transparent entity. And they walk over to you and they just snap their fingers and you turn into like a kangaroo, and they snap their fingers again and you turn into an ostrich, and they snap your fingers again and you turn into like a little bird.
Stop!
And they snap their fingers again and you turn into
Stop.
a weasel.
Stop!
And you come around the corner and you see this. And the djinn's like, "Oh, you said you wanted to be something different. I'm just showing you the wonderful world of differences that you could actually be." And snaps his fingers and you're back to being yourself.
Thank
Oh,
you.
his sister's a flying squirrel.
Would you like to match?
Would be interesting.
Snaps his fingers, you're a flying squirrel.
Just out of curiosity, is that like full or just cosmetic?
Oh no, it's down to every single little tiny hair on his body.
You are
Okay.
impressive, aren't you?
So how can I do this at will?
Oh, I don't think you have the bankroll for that, little guy, but that one's on the house. Enjoy.
Wait, how long is this going to be like this?
And Corn's like, no. And the djinn's like, it's just permanent. It's not like it lasts forever.
I don't want it to be permanent. I want to be able to be myself, but not myself in certain circumstances.
And the djinn leans on the counter. My dear Corin, why do some people have to be so boring? Snaps his fingers and you're back to normal, and he just heads off to the back room.
I like him.
He's really cool.
Now Kyan wishes she were there.
And Corin's like, thank the goddess that he didn't start singing.
Oh, he sings too?
Who's that?
She's like, that's my husband.
So, madam, is he able to bottle that in some way?
Don't ever use those words in any order again in this place.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
right. Yeah, I'll
What-
explain it to him later.
Okay.
That will earn you an instant ban at
I'm sorry.
all magic shops.
He didn't know. I promise I will explain it to him later.
Okay.
On one of your 9 lives, you will.
Don't need to go that far, but I definitely will.
Okay.
9.
So, well, they're okay. Is there a way to be able to do what your fine husband was able to do? That I can do that.
There's objects that permit that, but they're very powerful and hard to come by. I will keep an eye out for you.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Since we do actually have to travel incognito, if you do happen to hear about, say, 4 of them,
We can look
Which
into a traveling
I-
incognito.
yeah, I know that's a.
It's a popular request.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool. That's a popular request. Okay. Cool.
So, I have a customer, and you see this big burly bull walk in, and all these arcane runes on the horns,
I kind of wanted to
and
get
like
that
this
compass
big
thing.
thick chain around his neck. I figured you already purchased
Oh,
it.
okay.
Yeah, I already wrote it down.
Yeah, this big thick chain around his neck with all these arcane runes.
Wow.
And he walks up and he sets something on the table, and you can see a pool of some sort of liquid in Corin's. Really? Standards. Leave, wipe your feet, and clean up the mess. And the bowl picks it up, cleans off the tabletop, walks back out. A few moments later, comes back in, sets it down in a bowl.
So find Ace, see if he found anything that he wants.
Nope, he's just looking around.
Does the thing Noodle was looking at do anything else, or does it just change from one precious rock to another?
You didn't look at the tag closely when you were over there. And Noodle's already back with you, and you'll have to find it in the shop again.
All right. So did you hear that, Ace? Corin says that giving you a voice is something that is a common request.
So, he accepts that, and you're able to head out. Do you explain to him the whole gin thing?
Oh yeah. Okay. Gins are often
Just spit it out, brother.
I'm trying to find out enslaved,
Okay.
and they're usually kept in like old oil lamps or bottles or
Oh.
things like that. So,
Oh,
in
okay.
the presence of one or one who's very familiar, in their case, bottling things is kind of a sore subject.
Wow. People just jump to conclusions.
Conan and I
Cayenne,
know that you didn't mean anything by it.
you head in and to the house, and Scabbard's already there, being Scabbard.
Hello, sister. By the way, was I able to get more of that dinosaur barbecue? No?
You can even find the stall again.
Was able to just get barbecue in general.
High or low?
Let's go hike.
I'll push you down. But
Wow, my dice hate you tonight. No.
I guess
Feisty
so.
had got no barbecue.
I'm sorry, Feisty. They were all closed. We'll get you some very soon, though, I promise. How you doing, Cayenne?
Okay.
You look tired. Long day?
Just busy.
Right. Have you happened to find any books on the Obscura at all?
And you guys hear this as soon as you come through the door.
Wait, you found books?
Well, I found books, but I've been looking for books on the Obscura as well. Also,
Have you looked in the library?
I did actually. I need to go back and look deeper though.
I haven't gone to the library yet. Wait, we did go to the library.
Only once and very quickly.
Ran into a rather unfortunate encounter in the Middle Crest.
Oh God, please tell me you didn't kill anyone.
No.
If I
How
say-
much do we owe?
Translation.
He let me impale somebody with my claws.
You fucking let her impale someone!
I didn't want her to. She kind of did, but
He said intimidate them.
look, some assholes were
Slight
harassing this poor.
translation. Why couldn't you just call the gods?
At the time, it seemed like a good idea. I don't know. Look, needless to
Bad
say,
idea.
they were harassing this poor woman. That's been taken care of. The old man there is a very old gnome. I've never seen a gnome that
Yeah,
old
old
before.
gnomes are fucking old.
No, this one had a walker and was graying.
Oh God.
Yes, he gave me this. I'll show him the little pearl.
You see it, and suddenly Noodle is right there. Like, and you can feel Noodle scurrying up you and climbing, like, clattering along your armor and up your arm, and pries it out of your fingers.
Well, I had intended to have you identify it to see what it was, and if it was really nice, I was going to give it to either you or Noodle, but it seems you already took it.
And you look around for Noodle, and you just hear several doors close.
I'll hand over the books I
Hey,
found
Nate.
of the Obscura to Scav. Because I assume that him and Mongo are
It's only on that
literally
street.
right beside each other.
It's not on the street.
I still haven't figured out what Mother was, and I need to find something that says.
And yeah, you get the books from Cayenne that she found, including the very thin one that's got you a little bit emotional there. And you see, she hands you that one, and you see it in your hands, and you're like, oh.
Right.
Start with that one.
Oh, another thing.
Investigate.
Oh, this is gonna hurt, isn't it?
Mongo, do you still have that quill set and all that?
16.
16. You open
Yeah.
it up, and you're looking at it, and you see the first few words that just hit you like a fucking sledgehammer with him asking about the quill. To my lost love, Crier Bell.
How long ago was this written?
And it tracks about what the same dates as when he went missing.
Alright, we're gonna have to find the author.
And you're just seeing suddenly Mongo's demeanor.
You okay, Mongo?
Show him the book.
And it's kind of like a autobiography from Hope's point of view regarding Crier Bell.
Right. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to find them.
Yeah, it's probably actually already gone off to the workshop that he found to check everything that's in there and see what needs to be done.
Guys,
You alright, Tom?
Yeah, I'm just gonna do something that's gonna hurt a little bit more.
What?
Mongo. That quill set, may I?
Give him back the quill set.
Explain this to Cayenne, and if Ozan's there, I don't know if she is or not.
Osling
I
and
already would've told the entire family.
Osling and Sunny are not present. Neither is Mellum. They're dealing with duties. They usually don't show up until way after dinner.
Yeah.
Mongo and I kind of figured that we should probably continue this story that he started. And wanted you to put down the first words. And I will hand the quill over to either Nikolai or Cayenne, whoever's closest.
Nikolai
Nikolai's,
probably would have already gone off.
Nikolai's already headed off back to find
He's got
out
work
more
to do.
information.
Dick.
So it's either Mungo or Cayenne.
I'm
Hand it over
gonna
to
actually
Cayenne.
be identifying the book to try to find out who this Hope person is.
You know where he's at.
You gonna
He's
burn
in
all
the-
your
in the
slugs?
in the hidden shop, so.
Yeah, I'll fucking burn them all.
We really should wait before writing a story.
Might as well start somewhere.
So you put the book down,
But
start
I
doing
understand.
everything. You're aware in this world that books are copied, but each one, from what you learned in the wizard school, could carry a thread back to the original.
Yeah.
It would be even more potent if you got your hand on the original copy, but that's very hard to do with most books. So since you're burning all the spell slots,
Yeah. Try to find out if they're like another Kanku or something, or if they go by a different name, because Kankus. Something, so that way we can try to find out who the author is.
Gav,
Yes.
could you enlighten me one more time on how to get to the hole in the wall?
Right. I kind of remember where it is, but Sir Mir in a Grey Cloak said if you had trouble, you could also use a piece of chalk they gave me. I don't remember where I put it, but I may be able to take you back there exactly. Possibly.
Because I would like to at least speak to Lady Corin.
That's something I have to do as well. Mongo, do you need some privacy? We can leave you alone for a bit.
unless they want to be a part of it too.
I'm gonna try to find out who exactly Hope is.
Yeah.
Would you like me
And
to put down a protection circle for you at least?
For what?
I don't know, in case something weird happens. Things weird happen all the time.
This is a normal library book. It wouldn't be trapped.
Who the fuck would trap a library book?
I don't know.
if I remember right, Scab, you should have 2 more books out the Obscura.
Right, I still have to read through those, and I wish I could speak with Kippa more about it, but I haven't had a single chance to do so. This whole anonymity thing that we have to do is huge pain. But I understand
Why
why.
not? Why not schedule a visit with her when she's available?
That's the thing, she almost never is, but I will attempt to do that. That's probably the best way. My mind's not exactly in the best spot right now, sister. There's so many things running through my mind right now.
Same.
Well, Mongo,
You remember the visitor from last night.
yeah.
I've got 6 days.
Perhaps Corin may be able to help then. Let's,
The issue is, I don't know if you heard, I don't remember how far back you were from me, but this druid deals in the arcane.
well,
And I have no idea what to do against arcane when it comes to a druid.
well, I did give you my advice. Speaking with Sir...
I'll take any advice I can get.
How much more drool can you get from the bitey plant?
As far as I know, companions are not allowed to be used.
No, just the drool.
That means the mushrooms. That means Nipsey. That means the new snake vine. That also means the birds.
But
You
what
don't
what
need the
about...
snake vine, just need to make more potent his drool, cover the fucker in it, pummel till the end.
Not exactly utilizing them, but using what they have to offer. And also,
Best way to shut down a spellcaster is shut down their spells.
yeah, but another thing though, like I said, it wouldn't hurt to speak to Sir Amir. He more than likely has dealt with many a powerful spellcaster. He may be able to provide a couple of tips on how to avoid some things.
And you're working on that identify, burning all the slots.
I've learned a lot from him, and there's some interesting things that I've learned that may be able to help. And who knows, he might be able to help you as well.
I'll see if I can schedule an appointment with him.
Let's get you to Corin.
They're leaving you alone to be miserable together.
Speaking of Corn's shop, before you go, since Noodle's in the other room, there was this one thing that Noodle was looking at. I really do want to get it for him, but it is rather expensive.
What was it?
540 platinum.
Phew, but what was it for something like that?
Not 100% sure, but it went from one precious stone to another.
Huh. I will see about it.
An anamorphous stone.
Do we know how much is in the vaults?
Dude, you don't want to tell him. Just say, it's okay.
Yeah. We're fine. We could easily afford that.
Cayenne, are you curious about who this person was and going to stay for the identification?
However, due to the price tag
yeah.
on it, it is something most of us would all have to agree on.
I have no qualms with you on it, brother.
That's assuming it's still there. Nikolai and I went earlier, and both of us had our hearts broken. Oh, by the way, don't ever mention bottling anything in there. Just trust me on that.
Okay.
I wouldn't think of it knowing the nature of Lady Corin's husband.
Enlighten me?
Nikolai, her husband, we were gracious enough to meet, and Nikolai asked about a disguise, and, well, he was more than happy to oblige, and gave more than a few options. But then, Corin, he lost interest and wandered off. And Nikolai asked if he could possibly bottle that,
I'm still confused.
and her husband's gin.
Oh, say no more.
Nikolai, without meaning any offense, asked, and Corin rightly corrected him, politely, respectfully, and also made me promise to explain it to him, which I did.
Understandable.
Yeah. So, just out of... Yeah.
Would anyone object to me potentially bringing the remains of the mimic to Corin?
For what?
It might be of use to her, or we may be able to learn something more about it, perhaps even how it was made.
My mother wrote a fucking spell.
I know, but don't you agree it would be pretty useful to know how to, recreate
Hey,
Yes.
so if you get 3 triangle mimics and you put them in the same room together and they all fall in love, does that make a love triangle?
that? Well,
Okay.
anyways, I wish you the best of luck. We'll be back.
Actually, I think I might know how to replicate that.
Really?
It's complicated and it might not work, but it's...
I'm gonna take Cayenne
I'm-
to Lady Corin.
Yeah.
I will
She
see.
wants to stay for the spell.
Oh, you wish to stay?
Yes, I think we should all stay
Oh,
to
oh,
know
oh.
who this is.
Yeah, that's probably. We could. You know what? We'll
Then
go
the
to
three of us
Corin's
can-
later then.
Yeah, we can head to Corn's after.
Yeah, because who knows? You might find something else useful other than what you found for Noodle.
That is true.
And you could speak to Lady Corin's husband while you're there too.
Yeah.
Get to
Alright.
know him a little. Get to know him a little, and ask him what his services are. That could be useful.
You're sitting there in this very serious moment, and almost right behind you, you hear a loud crunch, and you
Back
turn.
up.
You turn around and you look at him, and he's like off to the side, and you turn around fully, and Sunny's sitting there, and she has like half a sandwich. She's like, "No, I'll leave.
Hi, Sonny.
I was just going to help." And she starts walking down the hall.
no, Sonny,
That's fine.
Oh,
No,
I
you
would
can
love to
ask.
have your help.
We would love your help, Sonny.
It's like the sandwich is too big for her face.
That's fucking adorable. I love it.
Honestly, we would truly love your help.
Sonny, you come here. We would love your
Investigation from you, please,
Okay.
and perception. And she comes back and.
In that order.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And she hands you the sandwich, and you realize all the sauce is on the outside, not the inside. It's an inside-out sandwich.
If that's what she likes, that's what she likes.
Quite a messy sandwich, but very interesting. Do you mind if I try this?
Go ahead.
Take a little bite.
Not gonna lie, I've done this.
What does it taste like?
16 and then a 10.
16 and 10?
Mm-hmm.
You're looking around through all the notes. You're basically investigating.
Yeah,
What
just
you
investigating everything there after cleaning up and trying to get it organized so it's useful instead of a freaking mess.
Okay. And you start cleaning through everything, and you realize your dad had various notes on the Obscura as well. And you realize he didn't place these notes here. Your mother did, so that the other one wouldn't know about them. These were hidden notes by your mother regarding members of the Obscura.
Oh, okay. How do I know that it was Mother that hid them?
It's her writing.
Oh, it's her writing. Okay. Okay. Alrighty.
It's written more like a recipe than a math equation.
Oh. So it would go over a Rurik's head. This recipe, whatever.
And it was, so basically you had the top of the desk, right?
Mhm.
And then you pulled out a drawer and you were like putting stuff back in the drawer and you bumped something on the top. You heard a click and the bottom part of the drawer just slid down. You were able to just pull the notes out.
Ah,
You're realizing
these were the notes he was probably looking for.
things were hidden everywhere.
Awesome! I start going through those notes real quick. Actually, no, I'll gather them up and bring them back upstairs. Excitedly. Found
Yeah.
something!
And you take a bite of the sandwich, and the taste of it hits you really weirdly. It's like this really tart sauce on the outside, but then on the inside, it's tuna with like green olives and horseradish mixed with like red radish as well, with like this weird like musty wine sauce.
You put the sauce on the outside of the sandwich. It's just a mess.
That's an odd but interesting flavor. Love the tuna, though.
You look disturbed.
My stomach's starting to fucking turn. Put horseradish and tuna together.
The horseradish
It
could
actually
do
could
without,
be
but
alright.
it's actually a really good sandwich, Sonny.
It actually could be alright if it's done right.
And
Yeah.
Nikolai comes running up like a kid, like, I got papers!
Jeez, you're loud.
Sorry, I found something useful.
And Sunny's
That's
like,
good.
she goes over and she's like between Cayenne and Mongo for safety, and she's like, she raises her hand like she's in class, just waiting to be called on.
Hi, Sonny.
Can I tell a joke?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Oh my god, are you as bad as your brother?
She looks over at Scabbard. Are you jealous of his loudness because you're not the center of attention?
That's not. Well, that's kind of a good joke.
Sorry, I'll go away now.
I
What-
fist
Jeez.
bumped my sister.
Huh?
I fist bumped my
She
sister.
looks very confused at the gesture.
Just bump your fist against his.
No, I literally.
She goes over to you. What did you find, Nikolai?
I think I found some of the information that the Rurik copy was looking for.
She gently pulls the papers from between your fingers.
Okay. Don't take him out of order.
And she's walking, and you can tell how she's grown up. She's just kind of like leaving a trail of papers behind her, and you probably have to run after her, pick them up, and probably.
What? Stop!
It's a disassembled book.
Yeah, probably. Why are you just throwing them on the floor?
I'm reading them.
What? Okay,
When I'm done with the page, she just drops another one.
let's stop. Put it underneath. And just keep holding them.
How would you know you get to the end when you loop back around and you get to the first page again? There's no clear ending to this, so if you drop the paper, you get to the end eventually.
She's making sense.
She's making excellent.
Rotate it so when you get to the upside down page, you know you've read that page.
I can't be asked to do that. She just drops.
Damn it!
This paper just lands on your head, like stuck on your nose and your ears.
Well, Sonny, really great idea, but instead of just laying them down, over here, just place them on this table here, on top of each other after you read it.
She's like,
I know it's weird, but then once done, just pick them all up. I think that's what's bothering Nikolai, is that they're just being left around.
I haven't even looked at him yet. How about we look at him together?
I failed to see what the problem is.
Sonny's like, okay, order of operations. First, there's the book you
You're
want.
talking to my sister, haven't you?
No, I have to think of things like that because
Oh, okay.
apparently that's helps control my magic,
Oh, okay, that's cool.
and that's how
A book who found?
he found a book.
Well,
No.
Cayenne found it.
Cayenne found a book that was written by.
Correct, yes.
Was it?
Well, okay, it was written by Hope, dedicated to Correct, yes.
Who's Hope?
Somebody who loved him very much.
Oh,
Someone important to him, it seems, according to the paperwork.
okay. Were you going to let me know about this?
You were downstairs.
Yeah, you were busy. We told you the next time we were going to see you, but you came up before that.
You kind of just vanished on
So-
us.
Because I was going to get stuff done.
Okay. I agree with Cayenne's headache currently. Order of operations: book, then papers we look at.
Okay, I gather up the papers and I start putting back into the order I picked them up.
So you.
What are we doing with the book?
Trying to find out what I can about the author.
Currently, Sunny's trying to help us with that. So let's focus on what she's trying to do.
So, identify? Do you want my help?
Sonny's got this.
Okay.
Now, hold on, Mongo. Three of us can do this. He's giving it his all. I'm going to give it my all. Would you like to give it your all as well?
I'm picking up with the random papers. Yeah, after I get the book back together. Give me a minute. Really?
She comes over and she takes the papers from you, just right out of your hand. She holds them up and gives them to Cayenne to hold on to. You're just holding like these tiny little like postcards compared to you in size.
Just
Fine.
hold them.
No. Fine. Let's do this.
I'm gonna walk over and just sit down next to Feisty and pet her while I watch.
Are you doing the work? Or am I doing the work?
He's
Or is she doing the work? Who's doing the work? Who's checking? Who's verifying?
this is gonna be odd because I'm different than you two. Well, you're really different than us.
Yes.
Your source of magic is different, but it works.
It's the same source. I just
Okay.
understand it differently.
You three have very odd magic compared to mine.
Okay, you've made the circle. I will be an amplifier. There might be a little weirdness.
You can do that.
I'm different than you two. I can just donate my magical abilities.
Whoa, that's cool.
That's fucking amazing.
Let's check his circle. Make sure it looks good.
It looks fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Both you, Arcana with advantage. And Feisty moves even further away. She's like, oh.
26 for moi.
She's, basically, what she gets at is, I don't want to throw up.
You said Arcana?
For the ones actually doing the circle.
Okay.
You just get to sit there and experience the trip.
Yay! Hold on to your stomach.
Yeah. 16.
16? What was yours?
Fucking 9
26.
Okay. And
Sorry.
let's see how much Sunny adds to that for each of you.
We're obviously also going to take 20 if need be. Fucking
better.
bag.
Okay. So you
better.
take 20 with an additional 20 from Sunny.
Oh, fuck.
In the average between 26 and 16?
No, like your roll plus an additional 20 plus another additional 20 because she's acting as an amplifier.
God damn.
So
So 66 from me?
and a lot for you too.
Yeah.
You're like, those numbers exist?
I can roll in the double digits when it comes to Arcana.
And you're realizing, imagine if the Obscura were able to do this, what they would do.
They probably were able to do this.
Yeah. So, it's different than before, Cayenne, when you're peering in on one of these memories. It's for each of you. Every time there's always been like this slight elevator drop to it. This one is just kind of like, you just see everything go black, and you're standing on this lake of water, completely serene. And then you just kind of sink into the water, and then it tilts upside down. And then it tilts again. And everything just kind of goes white, like you've looked into the sun too long. But not like where you want to look away, where it's burning. It's kind of like looking at one of our lights here. You suddenly see spots.
Often.
Yeah, don't look up. I've learned that. That's why I don't look at the main camera too much. God, is that you?
If Scat's asking, no, it's Tiamat.
Mommy, is that you?
Are you my mommy?
Mommy!
Technically is.
Such a weird episode.
You guys find yourself in this in a tavern of sorts. And you see, it's kind of a emotional moment. You see all the Obscura sitting around and talking and chatting and with some other adventurers and everything. And they're in their, like, way earlier adventuring times. And, you see this Kinku that you're trying to spy on in memories is there, and they're very young as well. Beautiful black Kinku with, okay robes. More like, bardic wear. And you see Crier Bell drinking with the rest of the Obscura, throwing back drinks, talking to him. And your father puts his arm around Crier Bell and motions for the entire bar to be quiet, or he's going to kick whoever's ass it is that's talking. And he's like, this Kenku, he's with us forever. Any of you guys fuck with him, you're going through me. And
Sorry, go ahead.
Crier Bell looks up at him and it's like, sir, that is most generous of you to offer to me. And he's actually reading off of parchment, like this is before he's found his actual voice. But you can see that he's already been attuned to those really fine ways of speaking. And it ripples out and it comes back, and you see it's a different time period, and you see that the Obscura have frequented this tavern quite a bit. And
What's the name of this place if we're able to see it?
haven't been outside yet.
Is there a space between Rurik and Nika?
A space?
Yeah, just space where I can sit next to him.
No, probably off to the side.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go and just be amongst my parents.
And you see Cryerbell eventually approach this interesting Kenku, and they start talking back and forth. They're speaking in Kenku. And they do something that's very, what you guys understand is very highly privileged in the Kenku culture. They take out a bobbin that means a lot to them and they exchange it.
Oh, wow.
Aw.
Something that means a lot. Cryerbell hands over one of his ink quells,
Mm-hmm.
and they hand over one of their quills. Actually, they
I
go.
want to look at that quill.
You're with your parents at the bar.
Is that the fucking
Just
quill?
out of curiosity, does that look like the same quill?
Perception.
That's what I was getting at. I'm still watching everything that's going on.
You're just sitting with your parents.
I'm just sitting with my parents.
Modify 20.
Do I get to check it too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to check Cayenne?
15.
Yes, I'll check.
Okay.
26 for me.
You said investigation,
Yep.
and now I wait on my dice.
Hello, Cheddar. Oh, we're getting a lot of action across the board tonight.
Yay.
Cool.
$22.
I had to re-download episode 13 because it kept erroring out on rendering.
Oh, that stinks.
Yeah, I got to 95% and just
Fuck off.
every single time and failed after 9 hours of rendering.
That is the worst.
That's bullshit.
I got a 22.
22? It is not the same quill.
Oh.
It is a very beautiful quill made from what looks like to be some sort of ivory, though.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Cool.
And it fades back out and eventually picks back up, and it's this arch over a river, and there's carts coming and going, and this Kenku is there looking out at the water with an ink quill and a scroll there. And Cryerbell comes over and puts something down on the thing. It looks like a piece of food. And the other Kenku turns around and sees them. You see that they've become really close, like comrades. And they exchange hugs and start exchanging scrolls and everything like that, discussing the events and everything. And it goes back out, and then you're at another memory, and you see them both venturing with the Obscura at this point together,
Cool.
going through the adventures, the early adventures of the Obscura. The Obscura sit on top of this big floating mountain, eating essentially what looks like a meal. Holvar has all sorts of blood on him, scarred and injured.
So happy.
Yeah.
Giddy almost.
His wife is sitting there, and she's actually being rather morbid in herself. She picks up a head and she's like, "I want to kick your ass," and well, look at you now. And she throws a head off the island.
Oh God. Where's the bottom? All of a
And it-
sudden just
And this head just goes reeling off into the oblivion. There's a bunch of these floating islands around where they were doing some sort of adventure.
Question: is this before or after Ithos?
Ithos is there.
I'm gonna see if there's anything at all that gives an idea of what
Yep,
the hell
go
she
ahead.
is.
Yeah, and every time in these visions, if there's a spot where I can sit
Natural 20.
amongst my parents, he's going to go do that.
I'm looking at the Kenku, trying to figure out any sort of identifying marks, any way that we can help narrow them down.
Yeah,
In fact,
do an
He's
investigation.
going to take out the pendant that was made for him. He's just going to hold it while sitting between his parents.
Yeah.
16.
16. You don't pick up any of those real details you're looking for because this is a book that was focused on Crier Bell and the memories related to that. And because there's so much magic going on, it allows you guys to dig really deep into that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, your mom has a sadistic sense of humor too.
Pretty great.
And eventually it shows in puppeteering their dead enemies may run in the family. And it eventually shows another memory, and it's back in the homeland of the Obscura. And you see that Crier Bell has settled down with this other Kinku in a day-to-day life. And they're just talking back and forth, and it's so far out. It's like listening to someone underwater. You can't really tell what it is when they're talking. And they're just exchanging things back and forth, and the Hope is really excited to see the new stories that Crier Bell has from traveling with them and whatnot, and they talk back and forth. You can tell that they're older in this. And it goes back out, and you see Crier Bell in like full bard gear, like fully decked out.
Like, that's obviously a bard.
Just
Yeah.
out of curiosity, is there anyone ever present any of these that kind of stands out? Like someone or something this is looking?
No.
Hmm.
Plus those details wouldn't be there.
Yeah.
And
Again, this is the details from Hope.
and Hope is helping dress up Crier Bell and make sure they look well, and they seem worried about something. And the next one comes, and Hope is just walks to the door, looks outside, waits. Day in, day out.
Oh, God.
Eventually, though, Crier Bell does come back, tattered, worn, obsessing in the room. And eventually, Crier Bell leaves again and heads off to who knows where, and Hope goes into a room within a house, and there's a Kinku egg there.
Oh, wow.
Yep. And you guys find yourselves back in your home.
Pain.
Well,
Yep,
we know
I was
something.
right. That hurt.
So Crier Bell had a whole family.
Well,
Oh, the heart hurts.
And Sunny sits down, and she's like, "Oh, that's dangerous."
Just trying to get attention from Digi Cayenne.
She really is. She's up there just like rubbing on the screen, trying to get your
like,
attention.
hey, pet me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And now she's walking off, moping.
Oh, boy.
So, table is yours to talk about that.
What the hell did we just see?
Well,
Is that what I think it was?
I think that was Crier Bell, his mate, and their child. And he got lost trying to hold up his promises he made to our family. and they haven't seen him since then.
All right.
Sonny, do you know where what Reyes and Prairie are doing right now?
They're at the council right now doing work.
I need to go talk to
Prairie
them.
does have to talk to you guys. Well, you specifically. She mentioned some sort of declaration about a location.
Okay.
Oh, right.
Well, shall we go?
Well, she points to the papers in Cayenne's hands.
We still have more work to do.
Always
I'm
more
gonna go
work to
get
do.
Sonny a hug and tell her thank you.
She hugs back and just full on breakdown crying.
Alright.
Ugly Munchkin Tabaxi crying from Sunny.
Don't think the papers are going to go anywhere.
Just like the council has work, we have a work of our own as well.
Sunny comes over to you and she gently tugs at your garb. Ugly crying. She's like, put those in your pocket so they don't get lost.
Can I put them in my bag of holding, please? They won't get
It's
lost.
just more dangerous.
The papers are for each of us?
The papers that I found in the workshop that Sunny grabbed from me and started reading and just throwing on the floor as she read them.
But she wasn't throwing them on the floor.
I'll just hand them to you.
Thank you.
Well, you're right.
Bind them
Cayenne
up
is
and put them back in my bag.
extremely dangerous when she chooses to be. Nikolai can start and end some pretty fair amount of shit too, especially when Ace is
Actually,
backing him
what
up.
I will do right now is I will attempt to sketch Hope and the child.
Go ahead. Roll it.
To
Sleight of
give
hand.
them a picture because I've been wanting to ask about getting Reyes there as boots on the ground kind of thing, and maybe she can find them. You know.
Mm.
I'm gonna use my my amulet
Okay.
and take 20,
Sonny,
so 22,
Are you
and
heading-
so it'd be 42 if you'll let me.
are you heading back to the council?
I was done for the day.
If you happen to see Kippa, can you please, or anyone at all that would be able to, can you please see about potentially having time set aside so that I could speak with her?
You do know you can go down there and
You
make
could
an
just
appointment
go
yourself.
there and
You
Not
don't-
allowed
you-
over there, apparently. Last time I tried, they made me rush out.
It's because you're familiar.
I know.
You have to be incognito.
I'm aware.
I swear, the horns are a representation of the status of his brain element.
Sonny, that wasn't very nice.
He,
but
he
that
means
was kinda
well,
funny.
but yeah.
I'm sorry. I will try to have less of a sense of humor than Mongo.
No.
And she sniffles again.
Sonny, no, come here, please. I'm gonna try and give her a hug if she lets me.
And she just ugly cries.
I'm gonna hold her. I know it sucks, but we'll make things right. It's gonna take time.
Make my sister cry.
Oh,
The violence.
Didn't actually mean to hit you.
Ow!
you actually got my elbow too.
Hey, Mary, you're missing it. Tom's actually
No.
beating Mongo. Wait, what?
Oh, whoa!
Tom,
You're not
Tom-
supposed to mage
Tom's
hand yourself
beating-
now.
Tom was beating Manny.
That doesn't sound any better, Nate.
And we'll make things better, all of us. We'll all have to work together to do this. Well, this sucked, but at least we learned something important.
Oh, sorry. 42.
Yeah, you're able to do that. You get a really nice sketch.
Okay.
And you realize that, they almost had an interesting type of pattern. It stands out more to Cayenne because she's familiar with different kinds of birds.
Mm-hmm.
where basically Hope was developing white feathers from getting older, and it almost looks like she had a crown.
Like a crown of feathers or an actual crown, like.
Crown of white feathers that were
Okay.
coming in.
My elbow's ringing.
Your elbow is
Sorry.
ringing. What, maybe you should pick it up and answer.
He got me good. It's fair.
So, where are you off to, Cayenne? Or are you gonna just call it
I
a
would be trying
Eat
to
cookie.
go to
I got a cupcake.
upper?
the hole in the wall.
The hole in the wall? You're going to the hole in the wall
That's
as well?
right. I'm gonna take them there.
So
if
you three are
possible.
going to the hole in the wall, and you're going to the upper.
You all going to the hole?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'll go to the upper.
On my
Sunny.
way, I would like to actually set up a meeting for Kippa through a Grey Cloak for tomorrow, if possible.
That's not how it works, bud.
I'm going to the upper.
Yeah.
person.
All
I'd
right,
probably
so
ask
You
if
could ask Nikolai.
Yeah, Nikolai.
Nikolai is a being in this world.
I
he may be
know-
doing his own
Yes,
stuff,
but
but you
you're
can
a
ask
being
him.
who's not scav, so therefore it doesn't understand.
Yes, I would actually ask Nikolai if he could do that, if possible.
So,
Kindly.
hi, Tobo. Hey, you made it this time. You didn't go face planting into the ground.
Did he miss?
Earlier, he tried to jump up here, and he grabbed this, and he did a full, like, backwards flip and landed on his face.
And brought the blanket down. Too.
Jeez.
Oh my god,
Cat.
I almost spat water. Oh.
So, yeah, you guys head off to the hole in the wall. You head up to the upper, and
Yes.
Sunny flop right into her bed and just instantly start snoring because she's drained.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Get well, shit, we are in the upper when our home, so it's just a
Yeah.
matter of just going there.
Yeah, you get
How long
here
is the trip to get there?
probably about 20 minutes.
Okay, so it's enough time to ask Ace to take me there, and I'll start going through these papers a little bit at a time.
Yeah, and actually do an intelligence for me.
Okay. Just straight intelligence?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. $18.
You would know not to do that in public because you never know who's watching and they might get a glimpse of those papers.
Okay.
You get ready to head out and you get all your things together and you look down the hall and you see after you leave the upper part of the house you see Sunny's little foot sticking out of the door because she apparently just grabbed a blanket and fell over or sleep right in the doorways and her like little foot is sticking out and occasionally twitching in its
Ace.
sleep.
Help me go tuck her in, please.
And sure enough, yeah, you go. He opens the door very gently, and door's like propped against her, and
We
she's
pick her
curled
up
up
and
in
put her in her bed.
she's curled up with the blanket.
Put her plant right next to her.
Just picks her up and puts her in the bed very gently, and
Well, when Nikolai's in the house, he's full size unless he needs to be small.
yeah, and plant's put there, and you're able to head off. She just flopped right in the doorway. Good enough.
Yeah,
Man,
no, don't cast
number
love
of times I've
sleeping
actually
in
done
fucking
that.
doorways.
Actually, Sparta prefers sleeping in the most inconvenient places possible, where you are almost forced to step on him.
Yeah. And if the door opens outwards and he's sleeping laying there right by the door, he gets upset with you. It's like, you're the one that. How am I supposed to know you're laying there?
So,
With Sparta, he expects you to.
yeah, you're able to get to the upper crest area for the werewolves.
And request to have an audience with my regent and master spy.
Wayne's not there.
Reyes is my master spy.
And you guys are able to get to the hole in the wall, and
My
you
queen
hit
consort
it.
too, if necessary. Yeah.
Huh?
And my queen consort, if able.
Yeah. And you're able to head in and eventually go and talk to Korth, and that's what we're going to call it a night.
Really?
Yes,
When it starts to get
because you have to remember she is an hour ahead,
Yeah.
and we have to keep that in mind.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, I'm struggling to stay awake, which will make it hard for recap.
Yeah, it's a good stopping point for
No,
tonight.
not because I'm bored, because I'm legitimately getting sleepy.
It's a good stopping point for tonight.
At least your
Yeah.
drive home will be a lot quicker now.
Yeah.
Dude, that hurts me in the field.
You know that's not what I was going for.
I miss my sister-in-law. It sucks.
I know. And your brother too, I imagine.
Very much. So,
Alright.
we're going to call it here for the night. We will see you next week. The people at the table have a bit to process from tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Next session, we'll pick up the pieces right where they're leaving off tonight and see where it goes.
Yeah.
See how many more chairs I can bring across the table.
I mean, you don't have to.
Alright, you have a good night. Thank you for tuning in.
Thanks, everybody.
Have a good night,
Have a good
everybody.
night.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Don't
Don't forget
forget
to
to
tell your
share us
friends.
around with peoples.
Came with the
You
worst
push
thing
the
to
button.
say at the end. It is just
You can push the
absolute.
button.
I'm just a fucking monster, really.
You can push the button.
Did.
You want me to just push it?
But I did.
That was a fun session.